Hi, I'm John Gresh, Vice President of Aries Lighting Division. Today we're going to talk to you about Aries lighting kits. Good morning and welcome to Aries Lighting. This morning we're going to be talking about our most popular lighting kits. Now, why Aries manufactures lighting for all types of production and applications, everything from large feature films to small independent films. Today we are going to be talking how you can benefit from the technology that Aries uses in its basic lighting kits. We have two types of lighting kits. The first, which uses tungsten lighting technology. The second of which uses HMI lighting technology. It's the tungsten kits that we will benefit by talking with the most this morning. And these come in two sizes. We have the D kit, primarily meant for small digital productions, and our larger SoftBank kits that come in a much larger case than what we will show you this morning. This is our lightest weight kit, known as the D3. Its size of the case is roughly 3 feet by 18 inches by a foot and contains 3 lights. An easy carrying handle, weighs 40 pounds. As you can see, the lights are compartmentalized so that at first glance you know exactly where your tools of the trade are. The workhorse light in the D3 kit is the Aries 650 Fresnel. Placing the 650 on a stand, place the socket receiver of the bail block over the 5/8 or baby pin of the stand and tighten down with the pan knob. Typically you will mount the light on a stand at a working height so that you can mount your lamp in the fixture and prepare the fixture for the shoot. Usually scrims and filter frames are shipped in the accessory bracket, and you may want to remove those initially in order for them to be out of your working way. To open the fixture for lamping, go to the right-hand side of the fixture if you're standing behind the fixture. Push into the extrusion above the bail mounting block and open the clamshell 180 degrees. This will reveal the whole inside of the fixture, including, as you can see, the very large reflector. You want to place the focus into the spot position, which is all the way back, in order to give you the maximum amount of space to lamp your fixture. In a new lighting kit, the lamps come initially packed separately in the lid of the kit, 1 lamp for each light. Finding the appropriate designation would be to take the 650 watt lamp to put into the 650 watt fixture. You can buy these lamps individually in order to have a spare, not only in the 650 watt, but also in a 500 watt or a 300 watt if you choose to downglobe the fixture. When you remove a tungsten bulb from the package, you do not want to touch the glass envelope. You may touch the base, but if you were to touch the glass envelope, you would want to do so with either gloves, clean gloves, plastic, or a tissue. You may use the plastic bag that comes with the bulb or a simple lens tissue. Look at the base of the globe. You will see that there's a large pin and a small pin that align with the large hole and small hole in the socket. The standard lamp used for the Aries 650 is a 650 watt lamp and uses a planar filament, meaning that all the filament is lined up in a row. When properly aligned in the fixture, this filament is parallel with the lens of the fixture. Make sure it's securely seated all the way down. You visually can tell that the base is touching the socket. And of course, remove then the material that you used to place the lamp. Close the lamp lid, making sure it's properly secured by pushing in to the indent of the extrusion. And you are now ready to power up your fixture by plugging your cord set into power. This unit comes with a 25-foot cable, which means you can power this unit from a convenient wall outlet without the need of an extension cord. ARRI uses a heavy-duty switch to hold up to all location riggers, including a plastic cover over the switch to keep dirt and grime out of the switch itself. The single line is the on position, the zero or circle is the off position. Many people in location will hang the switch from the blue cord set, keeping the switch closer to the fixture itself for easy use. Once the fixture is on, you then can either spot or flood the fixture by the thermally insulated knob on the rear of the fixture. You can adjust the tilt of the fixture by the side thermally insulated tilt knob, and adjust the pan by the pan knob on the top of the stand. The 4-leaf barn door has 2 large leaves and 2 smaller leaves that can be used to create a rectangle of light. When placed in the accessory ears of the fixture, you then can shape roughly the barn door in the position you want, and then when the fixture is on, you can finish the shaping more exactly. If you open the short leaves further, you can then create a tighter slit of light by the 2 larger leaves, which is often a very nice slash highlight used in a lot of background needs. You can secure by the top latch to ensure proper rotation without the barn door or any of the other accessories jumping out of track. Scrims are often used to reduce the intensity of the light without changing the color temperature. The green scrims reduce the light by a half stop. The red scrim reduces the light by a full stop. When you initially get this from a new kit, the scrims will have the ordering code and the dimension of the scrim on it. You do want to remove these labels prior to use in the light itself. You may choose to use more than one scrim in order to build up even less light to come out of the fixture itself. First, I will add the single scrim to the front of the fixture. Secondly, I will add the double scrim in front of that. The fixture comes with a top latch so that if you were using the fixture in a much higher application, you would have the safety feature of being able to put this latch and close it so that the scrims would maintain themselves within the accessory ears. Notice that we did not change the actual spot or flood characteristic of the light by adding the scrims, merely just changed the intensity. One option to the full single scrim is the half single scrim. The half single scrim is often used to align a division between the foreground and the background in order to have a half a stop less light on the foreground area and more light to travel the further distance to the background area. So that if an actor is walking towards the lamp head, they start out in that portion of the beam that has no scrim, giving the most amount of light to what's needed in the distance. And as they walk closer to the fixture, walking into that portion of the beam that has the half scrim, so that they have the reduced amount of light from the fixture, leaving a constant exposure over the entire take. You'll see here that it allows for a tilt down 80 degrees below horizontal, 80 degrees up for horizontal. It also will indicate the minimum distance between the front of the fixture to combustible materials. In this case, in this fixture, 1 meter or 30 some inches. In the case behind the fixture, it would be a 1/2 meter, or roughly 18 inches. And there's also clearance of a 1/2 meter that's needed between the top of the fixture and combustible materials such as the ceiling of the particular room you're working in. Once again, this fixture is designed to be able to work down to 80 degrees from the horizontal or up 80 degrees from the horizontal. There's additional markings on the fixture that give various warnings and safety needs. Of course, the most important is these fixtures do get hot. One of the reasons why these fixtures get hot is they are designed to do so. The design of the fixture is to take and dissipate the heat from the lamp to the outside of the fixture as quickly and efficiently as possible. This is achieved through the multiple extrusion fins as well as the design of the front and the rear castings. By getting the heat from the inside of the fixture to the exterior, it can then dissipate into the atmosphere as quick and as efficiently as possible. In addition to the extrusions dissipating the heat, there are strategically placed ventilation fins for proper airflow within the fixture itself without creating too much ambient light leak. Often when mounting the ARRI 650 in a hanging position, one wants to add a safety cable to ensure duality of protection should the standard mounting technique fail. This is done by taking a standard safety cable, applying it to the safety hook supplied with the fixture, and mounting it separately to the grid or hanging position of the studio itself. One of the added safety features of most of our mid to large size Fresnels is a safety screen with large enough openings so that it does not add any imaging changes to the fixture. However, it does contain glass should the lens ever break in production so that the pieces of glass do not leave the fixture. The safety screen can be removed in order to change it to a new one should the safety screen become damaged or broken. It is done by removing 3 small screws with a Phillips head screwdriver. In your D3 kit is a Chimera soft bank. This is located in the lid of the kit. The bank itself comes in a nice little carrying case, and then there is the mounting ring. Take both units out of the case and then take the actual Chimera out of its zippered bag. There are 4 mounting rods. The piece itself behaves very much like a small camping tent. Find the opening, which is the largest part of the unit, and then the back flaps, which is the smaller part of the unit. You're going to be putting the mounting rods into the small sleeves. There is at the end of the rod both a kind of soft-shaped end and a second more sharp end with a red dot. The red dot goes out because that's what will be mounted into your actual ring. Place each one of these mounting rods into the sleeves at all 4 corners of the unit. Obviously, the reason for the rounded edge of the part that goes in is so that you don't puncture the fabric material itself, even though it is virtually puncture-proof in its design. Once you have all 4 of your mounting rods in, you then take your Chimera ring and having the silver part of the rotating ring outwards, that's going to go to the light. The front, facing the soft bank itself, has more of the black material. And you can see that this ring rotates within the part we're going to mount to, so that we will be able to rotate the soft bank within the light itself. There are 4 holes by which to put the mounting rods. And you now can hold the flaps back by the Velcro that comes on the material. These flaps should be left open except for needing to control the light leak, because you want to have the maximum amount of airflow. You are now ready to put this on the front of your fixture. It would be impossible to do 2 accessories at the same time of your barn door and the actual chimera bank, because they both occupy the same position of the accessory ring. As you can see, what will happen here is the light will fill the inside of the box and create a little bit of bounce within the box, and we'll be adding now a series of front diffusion in order to create the softness of the light itself. In the actual bag that comes with the chimera, there is a series of pieces. The front diffusion can be used with or without an inner baffle. Let's try it first without the inner baffle. We'll place the outer diffusion by fixing the Velcro around the perimeter of the unit to create a complete light seal. And we will now rotate the unit to show the rear view. And for purposes of what we're doing here, I will close the top baffle, the side flap. There's Velcro tabs by which you can affix it. And we'll leave the bottom one open. Typically, when using the Fresnel spotlight in a chimera light bank, you will want to place the focus knob to complete flood in order to fill as much of the light box as possible with the light and get the maximum amount of reflection on the side of the chimera light bank itself, giving the smoothest field of light to the front area. Now let's take a look at what would happen if we did use the inner bank. We'll turn the light off. Remove the front baffle. Take our inner diffusion piece, which has just corner tabs, and relate to the mounting corner tabs on the inside. This second layer of diffusion obviously will make the light quite a bit softer than we experienced without the inner diffusion piece. Once the inner diffusion is in place, we reattach the outer diffusion. And now with the 2 pieces of diffusion, the light will be considerably softer and a little less bright. Again, we've left the top flap and the 2 side flaps closed so as not to get too much ambient spill from this direction on the camera. And turning the light on here, we will see that we have a softer and less intense amount of light off the front. Now it's possible to rotate the entire chimera bank within the front of the fixture. Doing so, just make sure that your flaps don't get bound up on any of the light fixture itself. Quite often it's desirable to open up your flaps while you're doing the rotation and then reclosing them when you get into the new orientation. Again, only close the flaps that you absolutely must in order to get the light to be shaded from your camera. or to reduce any other spill light, because you want to maximize any ventilation that you can possibly offer the fixture. The D3 lighting kit comes with 2 smaller lights. These lights are rated for 150 watts, the Area 150. You can down globe them with a 100-watt globe. However, the 150-watt globe or bulb is usually the most popular. The switch is a heavy-duty switch that's used in the most rigors of production. It withstands impact and is covered with a plastic shield to keep dirt and grime out of the switch itself. The cord set is heavy-duty, 16.3 gauge, in order to withstand the rigors of production, including being walked on or even driven over. We don't recommend you drive over, but it will withstand. It's very important to use a grounded plug with professional lighting fixtures. The grounding prong grounds the entire housing of the fixture, making it completely safe for all operations. If at any time you notice the plug is discolored or disformed, it is time to have the plug replaced. This small 150-watt Fresnel is ideal for backlights, accent lights, and rim lights. And because it is so small of a fixture in relationship to the small lens, it's obviously a very small beam of light. However, you do still have the option to go from spot to flood, and of course the option to add your barn doors. Behaving the same as the larger barn door we showed you on the 650, the 4 leaves can be adjusted and held in position for the shape you want, so that you can take the light off of, in this case, the top of the light kit, and just light the Area logo. So packed with the fixture is a small filter frame to put any type of your own filter or diffusion, the double scrim, which is coated in red, or the single scrim, which is coated in green. You can put more than one scrim in the holder position. The front groove is for the barn door, and the top latch can secure all items so that when you rotate, it stays in the fixture and cannot fall out. Even though the fixture is small, the things that you need to handle are still quite set up for the large production hand. Both of these knobs are large and easy to handle either with large hands or if using grip gloves. One of the most commonly used adjustments in the fixture is the tilt knob. It is large, it is thermally insulated, so you can use it without gloves, but it is a large enough knob, so if you did have gloves on, you would be able to operate it as well. This is the primary knob that's used to tighten down the fixture so that you can adjust the tilt whether you're going in extreme down or extreme up position. The pan knob is the same as the tightening knob that adheres the fixture to the top of the stand. By loosening that slightly, you can adjust the fixture left to right and of course tighten it back down onto the stand itself. It also is thermally insulated. The next common knob used is the focus knob, which allows you to go from spot to flood. There's a number of turns available depending on the fixture in order to get the full range so that you can get a very fine calibration, usually set by eye, of where you want the spot to flood position to be. The second knob on the rear is your opening knob in order to open the fixture to relamp. You would normally take and put the focus carriage or the optical carriage into the flood position to have the maximum room by which to remove or initially place the lamp in the fixture. The 150 watt Fresnel uses a 150 watt globe with the ANSI code ESP. ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute, and most lamps are given a 3-letter designation by which you can order from any manufacturer to have the correct globe that would work into your fixture. Notice the filament of this globe is very fragile. The filament in this case is a V-shaped, actually an inverted V-shaped, but it's still important that that V is kept parallel with the lens of the fixture itself. The base of the lamp is the only part that you're able to touch. The glass you must not touch with your fingers. The base of the lamp has 2 alignment pins which will align with the recesses in the socket itself. Now I'm going to place the lamp partially back into the plastic bag that came with the bulb so that I can hold it while inserting the lamp into the socket, aligning the 2 protrusions into the grooves, pushing down onto the spring-loaded contacts, and turning slightly in order to get them into the groove, which self-aligns the lamp in the optical train. And the filament will be parallel to the front lens. It's very important not to touch the glass of the lamp with your bare hands. The oils from your hand will get onto the glass, and eventually the edge of the glass envelope will bubble, and you'll have a deformation of the lamp and eventually an early failure. So if you need to remove or replace the lamp, do so by either using the plastic material that comes with the lamp or just a simple tissue. Should by mistake you get oil from your fingers onto the lamp itself, you may wipe it with alcohol in order to clean the lamp. We then push the back of the fixture together and properly secure the closure knob. It is a fine thread and it takes a few turns to secure it completely. You are now ready for operation. Sometimes one wants to use a different type of light shaping device because a barn door can only give you rectangular shapes of the light. One such light shaping device is known as a snoot. It's a cone and allows you to take the beam of light and make a tighter pin spot. The snoot has a series of concentric rings with different diameter openings to cover the front of the snoot in order to develop different size pin spots. By loosening the knurled knob, you select the particular opening of your choice and then just tighten the knob into position. The snoot is placed in the front of the fixture in just the same way as the barn door is. And when the light is turned on, you'll see we have just a very small highlight that can be used to pinpoint just a section. You don't get too much variance over the spot to flood knob because the beam has been decided by the snoot. However, one thing we have not talked about is that you can increase or decrease the light output of the center based on using the spot to flood knob. As you might imagine, I'll remove the snoot now. If you take the light and spread it out from the spot position, which gives you the most intensity, to the flood position, the center intensity in the flood position has less light because you've asked the light to widen out. So you can often use the spot to flood knob to vary the amount of light you have in the center of the beam. This feature, along with the scrims, gives you quite a bit of control with still using the light at full power. Next, I want to talk about some of the specifics to the area lighting fixture. Some things you may take for granted, or some things, quite frankly, are just doing its job so you don't even think about it at all. One is the overall construction of the fixture. Area lighting fixtures use a series of aluminum extrusions and aluminum castings for the outside of its fixture. The reason for this is to dissipate the heat that comes from the light bulb inside the fixture as quick as possible to the external of the fixture so that it can be released into the ambient temperature, thereby keeping the best operating temperature inside the fixture, which is crucial to maintain lamp life. So the design of the fixture thermally helps increase the lamp life of the bulb itself. Secondly, when it is time to wrap and you turn off the fixture, you want the least amount of time that's needed for the fixture to cool down. And that is done again because of all of the extrusion techniques and the actual design of the fixture itself. So by the time you pack the accessories away and you wrap your cable, the fixture will be cool enough that you can put it back into the kit. Thirdly, there's a lot of adjustability to some of our fixtures in terms of mounting techniques. So far, you saw that we placed the fixture directly onto the top of the stand using the 5/8 inch receiver. 5/8 inch, or the baby size in terms of the pin and receiver, is standard on small fixtures. In addition to the small hole at the bottom in order to mount on the top of the stand, there is a through hole on the back that you can slide a rod either from a 40 or 20 inch C-stand gobo arm, or that you can do with any other types of mounting techniques. C-clamps are available, pipe clamps, with a 5/8 inch stud so that you can hang a fixture. And you'll see that you can rotate the stirrup all the way around the front of the fixture into its hanging mode. And you have a choice of either using a C-clamp with a 5-inch stud or with a right-angled screwdriver, Phillips head screwdriver. You can remove 2 screws, remove the bail block in its entirety, and you are left with a hole in the bail of which you can put through a bolt to any type of mounting C-clamp. So there's a lot of variables that allow you to mount this. One such mounting device is a sealing scissors clamp. You just unscrew it slightly to open up the jaws, place it on the T-channel of a suspended ceiling, tighten it back up, and use this as your mounting device for your smaller lighting fixtures. And because the fixture is lightweight, in fact, much of the weight of the fixture is in the cable itself, and therefore it's common when mounting these on a sealing scissors clamp to actually pick up the weight of the cable with additional clamps throughout the sealing rig. It's also possible to move the stirrup or bail or yoke, all common terms for this U-shaped piece, forward or backward in the extrusion of the fixture itself. One of the advantages in mounting the ARRI 150 watt Fresnel is the ability to move the stirrup, also known as the yoke or the bail, forward or backwards. This is done by loosening the tilt knob, as well as taking an 8mm socket and loosening the nut on the opposite side, and then be sliding it back and forth within the extrusion to the point that makes the most sense. You can do this to adjust a center of gravity or to get the most versatile mounting position. Once you've reached the position you want, retighten with the 8mm socket, retighten your tilt knob, and then you can mount to get the desired technique you may want. It may even be done for some other specific type of mounting position that you may be going for. We attempted ARRI to put necessary and crucial information on the fixture itself that you'll need for both safety and operational needs. On the bottom of the fixture, you will see not only the recommended 150 watts not be exceeded, you also see that you need to be careful when using a professional light fixture that it's not close to combustible materials. You also see that we indicate the maximum tilt angle, which is 90 degrees from the horizontal or straight down. And also that we point out here that you must be very careful at all times to be aware of risk of fire when using a hot fixture of this type. Area lighting fixtures are manufactured to safety requirements as set out by independent testing laboratories. As you can see, TUV is shown here on the fixture, which is the recognized testing laboratory of Europe. They also recognize NRTL, which stands for National Recognized Tester Laboratory, to the Canadian standards, which is the C, and the US standards, which you can't quite see there because it's under the casting. That means that this unit has the equivalent rating of those that have been recognized by UL or ETL. Above that, you'll see an area quality control sticker, which shows that each one of these fixtures have individually been tested and passed the quality control standards in our final checkout phase in our factory. On the top of the fixture, and a little bit harder to read, is the ident number, as well as the name and the weight of the fixture. And on the other side is crucial information that shows how far away the fixture must be to combustible material. In this case, 1/2 meter, roughly 1.5 feet, is the distance that we want to have between a combustible material and the front of this fixture. It also tells you the minimum space from the back of the fixture combustible material, which is also 1/2 meter, and the distance from the top of the fixture to combustible material, which is also 1/2 meter. It will give you the lamp that can be used in this fixture, the operating ambient conditions, as well as the supply voltage that this fixture can be used in. Most all area fixtures can be used in supply of 110 volt countries as well as 120 volt countries. And probably one of the most popular phrases that is included on our lighting fixtures, and one of my favorites, is that these fixtures are not for residential use. They are not designed for continuous use in WUS residence, and we must put that disclaimer on the fixture. On the top of the fixture, we offer a safety loop by which you can safety off your fixture separately from the normal mounting by using a safety cable. This loop is an integral part of the casting and is capable of handling the entire weight. Speaking of the entire weight, many people pull a fixture by the cable. This is not a correct practice, but knowing that this happens, we have a very extensive strain relief system for the electrical cable into the fixture. Let me open the fixture and show you the inside. Again, we must open up the fixture by the knurled knob, move back the fixture. I'll turn this here so you can see inside. And you can see in the back, in the very bottom, there is an extensive strain relief holding the inside of that cable so that any tugging, pulling, or normal use can be withstood and not put undue pressure on the wires inside the fixture. So I'm going to go ahead and take the reflector and lamp into the flood position, or up forward, to show you a few things in the rear of the fixture. In addition to the strain relief that we've been talking about, you'll notice the terminal block, which is how we change from the cord set wiring to the internal wiring of the fixture that goes to the socket. This allows the proper wire to be used inside the fixture for the heat and not an extension of the same more flexible wire that's used in the cord set itself. You may also note that the reflector that I've been moving back and forth is as large as it can be in this size fixture in order to optically gather as much of the light from the bulb and send it back out to the front of the fixture. And of course, the lens itself is as large as it can be for the size fixture. The Fresnel lens and the number of rings in the Fresnel lens is crucial in order to get a smooth field of light. To remove the lens, in order to replace it, the lens clip is removed just by 2 fingers, and then one can remove the lens. And even though it is small, it is very delicate. It can be cleaned and replaced and inspected for any types of cracks. The high quality lenses that are used in the area fixture are made in Germany, have the ordering code numbers on the edge of the lens itself, and is of a very high quality glass that won't yellow over time. is slightly pebbled on the back to diffuse the light ever so slightly and to give the best quality light transmission in any fixture in its class. Looking into the front of the fixture, you'll see there's really not too much more to the focal train than making sure the lamp is properly aligned, that the filament is parallel to the lens, that the reflector is parallel to the lens, and of course that the lens is properly seated into the front barrel. Well, the focal train normally refers to the combination of all of the elements that are needed for the optical system. And in this case, because we are moving the reflector and lamp combination in relationship to the lens, the focal train actually happens to be with being able to move the focus part. It's actually a derivation from the optical train, which is the entire optical system, and the focus train is really that part of it which actually moves within the optical system. Although the D3 kit does not include the 300 watt Arri Fresnel, it is a very popular fixture that is used in many of our other kits. Here we show the relationship in size of the fixture between the Arri 300 watt to the 650 watt and to the 150 watt Fresnel. Now keep in mind that the 300 watt lamp used in the 300 watt Fresnel is the maximum wattage that can be used in this fixture. However, you can put the 300 watt lamp in the 650 watt fixture. Therefore, in the 650 watt Fresnel, you can have multiple options for your wattage of your lamps, the 300 watt, the 500 watt, or the 650 watt lamp. You may think that these two fixtures are similar, but they're not. This particular lamp head, although a Fresnel that uses the same diameter Fresnel, actually uses an entirely different lamp source. It uses an HMI lamp source. And the HMI lamp is considerably different than its tungsten halogen counterpart. For one, the lamp requires an associated ballast, and that ballast will feed the proper voltage and power to an igniter which ignites the lamp, giving us a light output of an HMI that's 4 times brighter than the same wattage lamp in tungsten. Therefore, with only a 200 watt HMI bulb, we can get the equivalent light output that we would get from an 800 watt tungsten halogen lamp, which would require even more than what this 650 is able to do. The second thing about the HMI lamp is the color temperature of the light is at daylight. In order to match the color temperature with the tungsten lamp, we would have to add a blue filter in the front of the light that would reduce about 50% of the light output. So in actuality, this HMI lamp at 200 watts is putting out the equivalent light of what a 1600 watt tungsten bulb would have to do in a fixture, with a blue filter knocking it down 50%, and only then would you have an equivalent. So you can see actually it's 8 times the light output if you're matching color temperature. Now a few things about the details. At first glance, you will think that the inside of the fixture is similar to what you've seen before with the tungsten halogen fixture. One major difference is that of safety, and that is a switch which deactivates power if you open the fixture. The HMI lamp puts out a considerable amount of UV. Therefore, to protect you and your client, the fixtures are designed to shut off should you inadvertently open the fixture for relamping while power is still energized and the light is still on. This is a major difference and a safety tip that you must keep in mind when using HMI. Compared to the tungsten bulb, you'll see that the HMI lamp on your left has no filament. There's actually an arc of light that's created between the anode and the cathode. This is what makes the HMI light. The HMI lamp, as mentioned earlier, needs both an igniter, which is located in the fixture, and a ballast, which is normally located separately or detached. This particular ballast can fire either a 125 watt lamp head or the 200 watt lamp head that we're using here. You'll see that there's a multiple pin in the connection between the ballast and the lamp head. This ballast, in addition to having an on-off switch, has a dimmer that can take it from full to 50% of the light output. Unlike tungsten, you cannot dim HMI its full range because you will lose the arc. Typically, one uses a head-to-ballast cable to lengthen the distance between the lamp head and the ballast. Make sure the power is disconnected. Other than that, it doesn't matter if you attach the cable to the lamp first or the ballast first. Once you have a secure connection at the head and at the ballast, you can then plug to your power source and energize the system. One of the peculiar questions asked about HMI lighting is whether or not the unit will hot restrike. That's a characteristic that once you turn off the HMI lamp, are you able to start it again instantaneously? All ARRI HMIs, hot restrike. Professional lighting fixtures use professional lamps. The main difference between these tungsten halogen lamps and one that you buy in your local hardware store is that they are rated for 3200 degrees Kelvin, giving a constant color temperature throughout the life of the use of this lamp. Because they are rated for 3200 degrees Kelvin, their rated life is much lower than those that have the lower Kelvin temperature. Therefore, the rated life of many of these lamps are only between 300 and 500 hours. And in fact, in some of the very small tungsten bulbs, such as the ones that are used in our 150 watt fixture, the rated lamp life is considerably less. ARRI has over 23 lighting kits using tungsten sources and over 12 lighting kits using HMI sources. Everything from the large production kits, the SoftBank 1, the SoftBank 4, and its large cases. These kits weigh approximately 75 pounds. The smaller D-series kits weigh between 40 and 50 pounds. And thank you for watching Digital Cinema Course.
Hi, I'm Bill Turner, Vice President of Schneider Optics. I'd like to take a couple minutes to tell you about our Century line of lens accessories and our Schneider filters. Century Optics is committed to providing a complete range of lenses to give the videographer the widest range of choices in terms of framing, type of shots, and field of view. Fisheye lenses are the widest of that group. Fisheye lenses are named because of a particular type of distortion, which is a bending of straight lines so that they barrel outward. And this effect is strongest near the edge of the field. These type of lenses are commonly used in action sports and music videos where the unique look and perspective adds creative value. Century makes a full range of fisheyes that fit on everything from very small cameras with 37 millimeter threaded attachments up to large high-def broadcast camera lenses. These fisheye attachments are what we call adapters. They are not an afocal attachment. They will not allow the lens on the camera to be focused and zoomed normally. They must be used with the camera lens set to the wide-angle position and depend on the camera's ability to focus up close in the macro mode at wide angle to achieve a sharp image. You are using them to achieve the effect of a fixed wide fisheye lens, not a zoom lens. Because of the small weight and the lack of bayonets, this simply threads right onto the front of the camera, but allows these cameras to be used commonly in POV type things, everything from skydiving to other applications where the extreme compactness of the camera is an advantage. The front of most of these lenses is actually plastic, and we believe that trying to repeatedly screw heavy accessories in and out of these fine threads creates issues, as well as being time consuming. Therefore, wherever possible, we attach our accessories via these bayonets, which makes for a very easy, quick, one-handed operation that locks the lens securely on the front of the camera and also allows it to be quickly and easily removed when it's no longer being used. Our extreme fisheye lenses are two-element designs that are intended to provide very close to 180-degree field of view corner to corner. These are very carefully designed to provide the highest level of performance and using the best available materials. Because of its size and weight, it's designed to be used with a support system, standard 15mm rod systems. At the back, it does use the bayonet mount, but the bayonet mount is intended simply to ensure that the adapter is held properly, squarely, and snugly up to the front of the camera lens. It's not meant to support the weight of the unit. You have to use a support system with it. Okay, line up the two dots. Here are the cutouts for the bayonets, and when it's snugged up, simply rotate, which locks it onto the front of the camera. So it simply has to be put on over the rods, pushed back till it's snug, tightened, the lock ring locked. Adapter is much smaller, it's lighter, very wide, minimally distorted field of view, a single element which relies on using the camera's zoom lens at full wide angle and in the macro mode to achieve sharp focus. So it is not a zoom through attachment. In practical fact, many cameras' ability to autofocus or track focus in the manual mode will allow you to do small zooms, or maybe even zoom through as much as half of the lens's range before you lose the ability to hold focus. But once again, this would only be in the autofocus mode, so we do not consider these to be zoom through attachments. They are a lightweight, compact, cost-effective way to achieve a wider field of view than the camera lens alone. Once again, we offer them in a complete range to fit cameras from as small as 37mm front threads up through full-size broadcast camera zoom lenses. Attachments are typically rated in some power that's a decimal or fraction, 0.55, 0.6, 0.7. This refers to the power of the attachment. So in simple terms, a 0.5 wide angle adapter would double the field of view of the lens. A 0.7 would be 30% wider than the lens alone. Although optically it is a simple device, it needs to be executed well to perform well. The element has to be properly shaped. We use multi-layer coatings. In this case, the issue is not increasing the transmission because it's only a single element, the light loss would be minimal, but to reduce the chance of surface reflections, flare, and ghosting. That is one of the key reasons why high quality multi-coated elements are very important, whether it be in a filter or in a wide angle adapter. High quality aluminum alloy housing, it's again the yellow dots that are used to line up the bayonet system for mounting, and the bayonet lock ring itself with the cutouts, which then simply rotated to lock on the camera. Wide angle lenses also exaggerate perspective and motion. If the subject moves close to the lens, the speed of movement is exaggerated as they pass the lens and recede. The most difficult thing in designing a zoom lens that has significant range to it, a 10 times, 12 times, 15, 20 times lens, is designing the wide angle. Wide angle typically results in a zoom lens becoming larger, heavier, and more expensive. For that reason, the camcorders, which feature a built-in non-interchangeable lens, typically are not as wide as the user would like in many instances. Best solution to that problem is a wide-angle converter. The converter maintains the infinity focus of the original camera lens allows the lens to be used normally through its full zoom range, but results in a wider angle of view. Because of the complexity of designing a lens that will work through the entire zoom range, and to try to keep the size and weight within reason, the power or wide angle factor of the wide angle converters is less than of a wide angle adapter, typically ranging between 0.7 and 0.8 depending upon the application. These are multi-element designs, varying typically between 3 and 4 elements. You can see that the adapter is much smaller, it's lighter than the wide angle converter. The wide angle converter has 4 elements, the 0.6 has 1. Once again, the difference is the wide angle adapter only works with the lens in its wide angle position using macro focus to achieve focus, and gives a fixed wide view. It's not intended for zoom through. The wide angle converter allows you to use the lens's full zoom range but gives a wider field of view. The adapter is actually a little bit wider than the converter and costs about half as much. The thing that's important is to choose the product that works best for your particular application. People doing documentary type work where they don't want to have to worry about removing the adapter, just leave it on and use it all the time, the wide angle converter is typically the better solution. The converter has a 105 millimeter OD specifically to make sure it would be compatible with most of the matte boxes out there in the marketplace made by Grosseil, Vocus, and others. Whether it's shooting sports, wildlife, or just the need to get an extreme close-up from a distance, the solution is a teleconverter, a device similar in concept to the wide angle converter, except it's doing the reverse. It's magnifying, increasing the maximum telephoto, and bringing objects closer. Again, these are converters, so they do work at infinity and allow the lens to be zoomed. One of the common questions and the source of some confusion is the fact that almost invariably, as you zoom to the wide end, somewhere around the middle of the camera's zoom range, you will start to get vignetting or portholing. It means as you keep going, you eventually see a circle with black around the edges. If you look at it, you will see that the image is still in focus, but it's not large enough to cover the field. The size of these adapters would be at least 4 times as large as they are and extremely heavy if you were trying to make something that would run through let you use the entire zoom range. It's just not a practical solution. And since what you're interested in is more telephoto, working through at least the top half of the telephoto range is sufficient. The unit can always be removed. Once again, we use bayonets wherever possible to make it quick and easy. The power of the units ranges from 2 times to 1.6 times. In the larger sizes and for the higher quality, it's more and more difficult to make a 2 times unit. Until very recently, our 1.6x tele was the only quality tele attachment available and the most powerful unit available to fit these camcorders. In response to customer demand and inquiry, we've just recently introduced a new 2x tele for these same cameras, such as the Panasonic, Sony. It is larger and heavier by necessity, although we worked hard to keep the OD of the housing to 105 millimeters to ensure that it would remain compatible with many of the current matte boxes as well as 4x4 filters. because of the weight and concern over causing strain on the lens and lens mount on the camera, the unit is supplied with a little support that will fit directly on any standard 15mm rod support system that will let the tele attachment rest on it and take the weight off the front of the camera to minimize the chance of tweaking the front of the camera due to shock. Another issue with telephotos is flare and glare, especially when you're shooting near the light source, such as towards the sun or the light. Typical matte boxes and shades are designed to cover the widest angle and aren't very effective in the telephoto range. So the unit is supplied with a deep shade that has a rectangular mask to help minimize the chance of stray light causing flare or ghosting during the shooting. Another important and sometimes misunderstood accessory is the diopter or close-up lens. The camera lenses have a certain minimum focus, especially in the full telephoto range. The lens may let you get within 3-4 feet, a meter of the object, and you can't get any closer and use the full zoom range. If you want to get a very, very tight close-up, highly magnified, and be able to zoom in and out a bit to change the framing and size, it can be done via a close-up lens or diopter, which is a lot like a magnifying lens, but for the front of the camera. In their simplest form, diopters are a single element positive lens which lets you focus closer. Using a single element diopter becomes more of a problem. It introduces primarily chromatic aberration as well as astigmatism, some other aberrations. Century designed and produces achromatic diopters, which are two-element diopters. By using two elements, it is possible to achieve good color correction and edge-to-edge sharpness, even in the greater strengths that are necessary to allow high magnifications. Diopters attach simply via the filter threads and are available in the standard filter sizes so that they can screw directly into the front of the camera. They're typically marked with the strength, once again, which is the strength in diopters. And the higher the number, the key thing is the higher the number, the closer you can focus, and therefore the more magnification. Okay, here's two achromatic diopters. The smaller one is a +2, the larger is a +3.5. The power is independent of the diameter of the diopter. It's an absolute. And once again, rough terms, if you divide the number into 1 meter, it will tell you the closest you can get from the front of the diopter to the object. So a +2 brings infinity on your lens down to half a meter. 40 inches is a meter, so 20 inches is the working distance. 3.5, you have to divide 3.5 into 40 inches or 1 meter, and you get a working distance of actually less than a foot, about 10 inches or so, I believe. Schneider Optics makes a complete range of filters for professional applications in film and video, both round screw-in filters and rectangular filters to be held in matte boxes and filter holders. Filters can be divided into 4 main groups: ND filters, polarizing filters, color filters, and contrast or diffusion control type filters. Neutral density, commonly called ND filters, are a neutral gray, colorless filter whose purpose is to reduce the amount of light passing through it and darken the image. They are typically graded in numbers like 0.3, 0.6, 0.9. In the neutral density scale, each 3/10 or 0.3 is equal to 1 full stop of attenuation, which means a 0.3 filter cuts the amount of light in half, a 0.6 gives you half again, or 25%, and an ND9 half again, or 12.5%, or 3 full stops. The filters can be made also in graduated NDs. A common problem, and especially in video where the camera has less dynamic range, which means it cannot deal with extreme light and dark or change from light and dark as well as film, the sky commonly is brighter than you would like. By using a graduated filter, which is half clear and half ND, and positioning the filter so that the line that separates the dark from the light is near the horizon, you can darken the sky, which prevents it from being overexposed or prevents the background from being underexposed, because you'd have to make a choice otherwise. The actual graduation lines are graded in soft edge and hard edge. But the soft edge filter has a wider band where it blends from light to dark. The hard edge, the blending takes place much more quickly. With short focal length wide angle lenses, and the type of lenses most common to video cameras, the most common choice would be a soft edge filter. If you're shooting more telephoto with longer focal length lenses, the hard edge line would be the most common, because the lens will tend to blend it or blur it. If you use a hard edge filter with a wide angle lens, you'll get a very sharp demarcation, which, unless that's what you want, could be distracting. The other very important use of an ND filter is to let you control the camera aperture. This can do two things. By letting you choose the aperture that you're shooting at, you can control the depth of field. Video cameras tend to be very light sensitive, so in daylight, outside, they would tend to be stopped down and have a tremendous depth of field. By properly selecting ND filters, you can adjust the light level so that the iris of the camera will be more open at a wider aperture, and you'll get a shallower depth of field, which may give a more pleasing look. It may allow you to use focus isolation on your subject for emphasis. The other thing is that very short focal length lenses, when they are stopped way down, can actually lose resolving power and render an image that is less sharp. So in bright sunlight, the tendency of the video camera might be to want to stop down as much as it can, f/22 or so. And by using the ND filter, you can, in the manual mode, get the iris back to f/5.6 or f/8, where the pictures will actually be noticeably sharper and better looking than they would be if the lens was stopped down all the way. Most video cameras do have some form of built-in ND. One, sometimes maybe two filters. There are two problems with that. One tends to usually be quite a dense filter, so you don't have the fine steps of control which will let you tailor the transmission and therefore the f-stop you're shooting at to your choice. Second, the in-camera filters commonly are a gel type material, which over time could warp or distort. The glass filters will be very consistent. As you change from grade to grade, the look will be exactly the same except for the transmission. So many users prefer to always use ND filters in front of the lens as opposed to the built-in ND filter in the camera. Polarizing filter is a gray filter and looks very much like an ND filter and typically does absorb almost 2 stops of light, which means in terms of transmission it has about the same effect as a 0.6 ND filter. The unique feature of the polarizer is that it only will transmit light which the light waves are aligned in a certain pattern that matches the materials in the filter, so that as the filter is rotated, it will block any light waves except those that are aligned with the polarizer. Since most light is very diffused and the light waves are almost random in their orientation, you don't see an effect. When light is reflected off a surface, whether it be water, glass, metal, that reflected light is polarized. Therefore, the common use for a polarizer is by aligning it so that the polarizing material will cancel out the polarized light and the reflection. You can reduce or eliminate the reflection so that you can see through windows, shoot through car windows, eliminate the glare on the water as you desire. Another benefit and a common use is because of the way they work and the way they absorb light, they will tend to make a blue sky appear bluer by cutting down on the scattered light in the sky, which will make clouds look whiter. Also tends to make colors look a little more vibrant, not as much as an enhancing filter, but it gives a little bit of that look. Polarizers come in 2 types that create a certain amount of confusion. There's the linear polarizer, which is the standard polarizer that everybody's probably the most familiar with. Then there is the circular polarizer. And circular does not refer to the shape of the polarizer, but refers to the design and effect of the polarizer. So circular polarizers can be rectangular, they can be round. It has nothing to do with the shape. Circular polarizers were developed because some cameras, based on the design of their metering systems and other features, autofocus systems, and this is especially true in still cameras, can be affected by the polarizer. The polarizer, because these metering systems use reflected light from mirrors or prisms, which can be polarized, can be interfered with by a linear polarizer, and the metering system with the polarizer just happens to wind up in the wrong position. It can block the metering system. While this is theoretically a problem with the prisms in video cameras, in practical sense, it has not been much of an issue. And so the linear polarizer, which is less expensive to make and therefore less expensive to buy, is satisfactory in almost all instances. Just so you know, what the circular polarizer does is the front part of it, the front half is just a standard polarizer. On the back, there is a quarter wave retarder, which in simple terms simply takes the polarized light and then depolarizes it so it's random, so that the light coming out the back of the polarizer and into the camera is no longer all aligned with the waves the same way. Your polarized light is not going into the camera, but the front blocks, so they work exactly the same. They have to be mounted, they're marked, it says this side out. If you mount them the wrong way, they still work as a standard polarizer, but you don't get the effect of the circular polarizer. And that's it. So the main thing to remember is the circular polarizer is designed to solve some specific problems and is not an issue in the typical video camera. A third type of ND filter, and a very specialized one, is called an attenuator. Similar in concept to an ND grad, the filter is clear, but clear only at the very bottom, and then it, in a uniform, gradual way, goes from clear to quite dense as 1.2, which would be 4 full stops at the top. There could be certain scenes where, for practical or for aesthetic reasons, you want to darken the scene or lighten the scene if you put the filter upside down as you go from top to bottom, and this filter will let you do it. Used a lot in commercials where they're trying to create certain emphasis or looks. A third type of filters are colored filters, and we'll talk briefly about those. Colored filters have been most commonly used in film and not as commonly used in video. There are those who believe that in spite of the ability to manipulate color more easily in the digital world in post-production, that by coloring in the camera and getting something that approaches the final look, you have more room to adjust and more space to play in post. There are others that just simply believe in wanting to record the image as close to the way they want it to look as possible. So colored filters allow you to tint a scene, just sort of change the overall look, change the color temperature of the scene. Graduated colored filters let you do the same thing but in a selective way. In this picture you can see that the foreground looks a little bit washed out and brown. By using a gold filter, it would be possible in aligning the grad line to get a much more golden look, a more pleasant and pleasing look. By the same token, the sky could be made bluer. It's even possible to combine both filters and get a bluer sky and a warmer foreground. Sometimes filters are developed for a specific director of photography for a specific film because of some unique aspect of the shooting. Recently, when they were making the movie Sahara, the director of photography wanted a specific look, a warmth. They were having problems with the cold shadow in the desert. And so a filter, which is now called Sahara Gold, was developed specifically to address that need. And this sort of thing happens time from time. We work closely with the professionals using the equipment to tailor the product to their specific application when practical. The last general grouping of filter types are what we would call diffusion filters. Filters that are designed to change the texture, the resolution, the contrast, the look of the image, not to change the color or the density or the things that the other types of filters we've talked about do. These can be filters which can be used to blend wrinkles and things on talents' faces to make them look younger and more pleasing. They can be filters that are designed to reduce the contrast. One of the things people associate with the video look is the bright colors, the saturation of the colors, and the kind of edgy feel to it. It looks too sharp, it looks too real. So there are filters designed to reduce that, to soften that, to mute the colors a little bit. These are commonly referred to by their manufacturers' names, such as a Pro Mist or a Black Frost or a mist type filter. There are other very specialized filters like classic softs that Schneider makes that are designed to hide things or minimize things like wrinkles and blemishes without causing so much diffusion, flaring, glowing that is obvious that diffusion's being used. We've developed a new filter called a GG1 specifically to try to compress the dynamic range a bit to help in video handle a wide variance from light to dark to give you more shadow detail without blowing out the highlights.
Hi, I'm Mark Bender. I'm the Western Director of Sales for Bogut Imaging, and today I'm going to go over many of the products that we have for the videographer. This is the Avenger C1575B Super Clamp. This is one of the most versatile clamps, almost like a Swiss Army knife for your production bag. It literally allows you to attach lights to unusual places. You can even attach small cameras. You can use it for car mounts, etc. Very, very strong, very reliable, very simple to use. One of the things that a lot of people don't realize about the Avenger version of the Super Clamp is that it has a metal T-handle. This is great because if you've got some real heavy loads and you have to apply torque pressure with a pliers or a pipe wrench, you've got a good secure handle to grip hold of. Another feature of the Avenger Super Clamp is that we have what's called the wedgie. A lot of people don't realize what the wedgie does. Obviously it stores right here, but when you need to mount your Super Clamp on something other than a round surface, you turn this so that the V is down below. You take your wedge and you stick it right into the two holes. And at this point, I now have a flat compression surface. So I can put it on tables, 2x4s, any flat convenient surface, and then I can go from there and use the hex mount system with all the accessories. One of the things that distinguishes the Avenger C1575B Super Clamp from anything else on the marketplace are a couple of safety features that have been integral to the Avenger Super Clamp since its early beginnings. The first thing is you'll notice that inside here we actually use a brass nut to distribute the loads that are put on the tightening chassis. The nut really keeps it safe forever. Another thing you'll notice on every Avenger Super Clamp is there's actually a safety rating that is stamped right on the Super Clamp itself that is given to us by the European version of OSHA, which is called TUVA. And they have very strict requirements. That safety rating, of course, is way below the actual capacity of the clamp. So you have a very safe, versatile mounting system. One of the over 70 accessories that goes into the Avenger C1575B Super Clamp is the 2906 J hook. Okay? This is great because we can actually mount background poles, cross poles very readily into the J hook. And you'll notice there's a funny little hole at the bottom of the J. What that does is we can actually tap into our crossbar and keep it from turning if we have to. Adjust your little T-handle right like that until it's tight and you're ready to go. This is called the Avenger D210 snap-in grip head, and it literally can take a regular stand or you can attach another grip arm to another C-stand, and you merely snap it in and you bolt it down, and then you have another grip head that you can put a grip arm or other support device, and you're all set. This is another item, Avenger accessory, that's right out of my grip bag. This is called the F1000 Baby Swivel Arm Suction Cup. And these are great. They're used to mount cameras, to mount small lights on a glass smooth surface. They're great in an office building where you've got a window in a small office. You can actually apply these to the surface of the glass and then mount your light, and you still can articulate your light to get the angle you want. This is the Avenger D200 2.5-inch grip head. There's several innovative features in our grip head. The first thing is you'll notice that if you look down the locking barrel of this unique shape, this little angle here, this little V, as you compress with your T-knob, it actually locks onto the top of your C-stand very, very, very securely. Also, which is kind of nice, you'll notice we do not tap into the casting. There's actually a steel helicoid insert so that we can screw in and lock down as tight as we want, and we will not cross-thread our casting whatsoever. You'll notice on the D200 grip head there are two lock-off receptacles built into the casting. This is to accommodate various different manufacturers from all over the world, United States, Germany, Brazil, wherever stands are made today. This ensures that your equipment, all your Avenger equipment, will be compatible with anybody else's manufactured grip equipment. The heart of the D200 grip head, of course, is the locking mechanism that holds your grip arm or other gobos or whatnot. We have a locking mechanism that's rather unique, and it's multifaceted. The first thing is, I don't know if you can you see down this beige surface that's in here where my finger is? This is a brake material from the German automotive industry. It's actually a brake pad. We call it, we don't know if it actually goes on Mercedes, but it is a German automotive brake pad. You'll also notice that everything's smooth. What we've determined, and of course everybody's familiar with tearing up the old rubber and cork gaskets. By having this smooth, of course, we eliminate that problem. The very principle of the brake pad surface is the more pressure that's put onto the brake, the stronger it is. So we apply the pressure with our moving big knob here, and it gives us literally one of the strongest brakes in the industry. The next thing we do with the grip arm locking mechanism is you'll notice that our holes are elliptical. They're not round and they're not square. The reason is the square holes, all they do is they cut into your grip arm, and eventually you just have a shredded grip arm. And it doesn't really increase gripping potential. The ellipse actually is the proper engineered way to lock onto a round surface. So you'll see all of the grip holes in the head are elliptical so that you can get a real good lock without damaging your equipment. The next locking mechanism incorporated into the D200 grip head is this ball bearing race. And what this enables us to do is you can tighten to tremendous pressures using the ergonomic rubber grip, which is really comfortable. You grab on here, tighten this all you want. Now, when you are done and you're ready to wrap for the day and you're tired and you've got 40 C-stands to put away, as we all have done from time to time, instead of this being a struggle, it is really easy to release. And it really makes a nice touch so that you have a positive lock when you need it and a quick release and an easy release when you're ready to wrap. Many people don't know what to do with a turtle-based C-stand. A turtle-based C-stand refers to the three legs as a sub-assembly of the entire C-stand. And what it does is it allows you to actually take the risers out of the C-stand and replace them with either shorter risers, longer risers, or other accessories. What I like to do is I like to take my base And I like to take this junior to baby swivel we make, and I've taken the T-handle off of this one already because this has a female 5/8 adapter on it, so you can put it on a baby stand as well as insert it into a junior. So what we're doing is I'm taking that out, and I'm going to now insert this into my C-stand, and look what I've created. This is perfect for a low background stand, anything like that. One of the things I like about this particular unit is that it lets me articulate the light itself, or even a camera if you had to mount a camera in some low angle. You can articulate this, and your camera light can go to any angle, and yet you're out of the way of the camera. You can put this behind a subject, behind a table, whatever, you can hide it very readily. There's been a new advance for DV and HD productions, basically because the sensors have such high fidelity that they can pick up subtle differences of color that in the old technology and cameras perhaps they weren't as discriminant, but today it is full-blown, very subtle, can capture all the tones in your scene. So you have to keep a couple of things aware when you use filters. And one of those things is you really got to start with very clear optical glass. And I'd like to show you, I'm going to shove this format filter up into an old motion picture, up against an old motion picture clear filter. This is the clear portion of this grad here. And because format uses B270 shot water white optical glass, we don't introduce the artifacts in contrast, focus shifting and whatnot that what we used to call the soda lime green glass introduces in any of our high-end video productions. In fact, this is the very glass that lens manufacturers use to manufacture their lenses. What Format does to ensure the flatness of their glass is they actually manufacture the glass and what we call lathe it, polish it, using a laser device that looks across the surface of the glass itself. They polish it, and one of the things that's very great about the Format flatness is they don't just say it, they actually give you the birth certificate of your filter with the recording of the flatness right here on this printout. This comes with every single Format filter. What this is a pseudo color reproduction of the surface of this particular filter. And the interesting thing about that flatness is Format never shifts a filter unless its evenness is to within 2 wavelengths of light. The best old-fashioned motion picture glass out there is about 5 wavelengths of flatness. Well, the trouble is your HD chips, your HDV chips, they can see to 4 wavelengths. So if you are having that kind of wave problem, you can easily get rid of it by using the proper filter material, and Format ensures that we do have a flat surface in front of your lens. You'll notice this diagram is really kind of cool. You can see there's an x-axis here and a y-axis, and it says x-axis / pixels. And what that actually is, this is a pixel count. This is how tiny an area this is and how careful they are. This is a pixel count area of the glass, and what this is this is the actual nanometer wavelength scale here. So you can see down in this area of the filter there was less than 0.12 of a wavelength, and up here, and that's below the surface. 0, is neutral. That's below the surface, and up here is 0.16. So you can see how most of the filter surface is in this bluish green area, with just a few little areas in this 0.12 or 0.16 area. So it's actually kind of like a topo map of the surface of this of the filter. It's very interesting. I'd like to start here a little discussion on grad filters for DV and HDV. What is important when we go to our new cameras is, due to the increased of depth of field with the short focal lengths of the cameras we use, that sometimes in the old-fashioned graduated filters you actually saw the bands of increased density material on the grad filter. So you tend to get this banding effect, and even though that's relatively close to your lens, the depth of field that we have today with short focal length lenses, this is an issue. Well, what Format has done, because literally the color is made at the moment the filter is made, and it is applied using a computer-controlled process, the changes in density are truly linear. They are seamless. You don't see the bands. So you can start what we call the ramp, or change in density. You start here, for instance, in the very clear area, and then about mid-through, the density starts to increase all the way to the stated maximum density of this particular filter. This particular filter happens to go to a max of 0.6, which is 2 stops. But again, it is a true attenuated or seamless grad. And of course, in our colors, we do the same thing. This is not a grad. Many people mistake that. This is actually a filter you would use to simulate sunset on a cloudy day. So when you put it in front of your lens, you get this, if you look very closely, there's kind of an area right here that's going to look like the horizon, where the sun has just dropped below the horizon when you put on your camera, and then you got the orange sky here. So these differences are subtle. With Format, what's lovely is, number one, because the color is made at the moment the filter is produced, if you should happen to break one, and especially when you're dealing with neutral density sets and you want consistency, if you break one and you order a new one, your color is going to match perfectly from your previous filter. So you'll never have inconsistencies if you have 2 sets and one for your second unit camera group or whatever. You can interchange and you will never see any differences, which is a real lovely convenience, let alone an important consistency feature. I want to direct your attention to make sure that you get one of these practical guides that we make to using filters. This is the Format Filter Practical Guide, and it is a DVD that is actual video that has over 47 examples of different filter effects. So it's a very good kind of swatch book that a DP should become familiar with. The second thing is that on here are some very important educational things. One of them is an interview with Mr. Roy Wagner on the use of our new soft effects filters on a very popular television show. And then also Art Smith, who is working for the National Geographic and some other scientific agencies actually, up in the Arctic, doing a visual inventory of the environment. Inside, you'll see the various filters, the filter effects actually listed in order. We have a version that's shot in 24p also and in HDV. We also, the same effect, we just duplicate it with a different camera. And unlike anyone else's similar material in industry, this is actually shot on video. And we tell you the camera and camera settings of each effect so that you can really evaluate the actual video end results. And leading the technological breakthroughs, again, Format has just introduced a new type of filter that we call soft gold. We make them in several different grades, and we start off with a subtle effect, which you can see here. This is our soft gold number 1. It actually uses a different technology to change the color balance of the scene. There are actually little platelets that are embedded in between the glass at a special angle, and they're actually changing color using refraction rather than pigmentation. It also has the wonderful effect that it does enhance skin tones, but it does not give you that overbearing wash to your whole scene. It's really been met with acclaim throughout the industry. The next version of this, you can see, is a much more heavier effect. This is called a super soft gold, and this is our number 3. The previous one, of course, was a number 1. Much deeper in color. You can see a little bit of the gold when I change the angle perhaps here. And it also has a optical pattern that has these little dimples. These little dimples are from our soft effects filters, which of course have been a big breakthrough because they're actually designed for the sensor sizes that we use today and not the full frame 35 millimeter. And they're in a random scattering, so you don't get a moire pattern. Anyway, we've combined all those technologies now, the platelet, what we like to call the platelet color correction method, and our soft effects little lenslets, so that you get a wonderful effect without introducing some strange artifacts. One nice additional feature to the format line, just kind of a quality thing and an appreciation for the customer, every filter comes with one of these special microfiber polishing cloths, cleaning cloths, and it actually, when you open up your filter, and I'm simulating putting it away, it actually comes to you wrapped in the filter itself. I've taken, this is mine of course, it actually has a quality control seal, so you even know it's kind of factory sealed when you get it. But it's just kind of a nice thing. You can keep the filter in it, it keeps the dirt and dust off, and then you can actually use it to clean a smudge or whatever, because it is a microfiber surface. Another thing we've done to ensure that you always put the right side of the microfiber cloth against the glass is we've printed the label on one side. So you always know that this is the side you want your filter to go into, and it's always clean. Something that a lot of people forget is the use of a matte box with our HDV/DV cameras. One of the things that a matte box does is, yes, it holds filters, but more importantly, the front part of the matte box really is what does your work for you. It eliminates stray light from coming in at inappropriate angles so that we reduce flare, our color and resolution are kept natural, and also the native saturation is rendered in the way it was designed by the manufacturer. So if you want more professional looking, sharper images, I really recommend the use of a matte box. On the format matte box, which is what you see here, we've also added what we call a French flag. And what this does is it keeps the overhead light, especially the type of overhead light that we run into in the fluorescent lit offices. It really knocks that overhead light out, and that is a big flare and spill factor when we're shooting in the field. The French flag on the format matte box is really indispensable when we go in to shoot interviews under fluorescent lighting in office buildings. The fluorescent light coming from above, really, if you don't have a French flag, it can spill into your lens, cause a lot of flares, reduce the saturation of your image, introduce false color. And so the introduction of a French flag is really essential for shooting under fluorescent lights. In addition to the French flag, the format matte box also has something we call a sunshade. And this flange of metal is very important when we go outside because we want to prevent the sun's rays from flaring or reflecting off our filters that we've inserted into our matte box. Another use of a matte box is we use it to hold our filters. I'm going to insert this filter into the rear spring-loaded area, what we call the stage. And on the format matte box, that stage actually rotates so that we can create a different position for our grad lines, and we can also adjust for our polarizer filters. We also have one additional slot that you can put an additional filter on, and thus we call it stacking the filters for various effects. The three components we need to shoot with our reflect media is a power supply, our dimmer pack, and our LED light ring. So now all that's left to do is to take my power supply, plug it in to my AC source, turn on my dimmer pack, and now you'll see the dimmer values are illuminated. And as I turn this up and down, it's dimming and controlling the attenuation of the light output from the LED. The fourth component of our reflect media chroma key is chromat. Chromat is a very interesting material in that it has 70,000 micro-reflective beads incorporated into the fabric in every square inch. And in doing that, I can actually wrinkle or curve the fabric, drape the fabric around objects, and I still get lots of chroma key color returned to the camera. But the other advantage is that although it has a very high return to the lens of the camera itself, or actually our light ring, because it returns the reflectance actually upon its source, and thus I can actually turn the green light, in this case a green ring light, onto the fabric, and you won't see it until you are on axis to the light ring itself. You can also see that unless your chroma key color being emanated from the light ring itself actually strikes a piece of chromat, you will not get any obnoxious spill, any miscoloring of your subject or talent. It is only reflected by the magic of the chromat material. The Ultimat DV we bring in to our chroma key set when we need to create what will be the live mix of our background and foreground. This is extremely important when you have clients who need to see how the final mix will look, although when you're actually doing the shooting, all that's in the background is your chroma key color. This way they can really see the effect before you take it into editing. Also, for those of you that are doing live events where you want the mix to be live, then of course you can bring in your Ultimat DV. It will accept your signal from your HDV camera. However, its output is going to be a DV output, which in the case of various venues can actually be an advantage, because you can go and find DV devices for projection and monitors and stuff, sometimes in hotels and other unprofessional environments, very, very readily. As you can see, the Ultimat DV has a very slim design. It's designed to be rack mounted if necessary, like in a flight pack. Very, very robustly made. It has various controls on the front that help you actually clean up your image before you send it off to post. A lot of people will let the Ultimat DV set the various levels, which you yourself can control in a real-time environment. You can actually get those levels set, then start shooting, take that image, and then go to your NLE or whatever and process it later. The Ultimat DV also has various inputs and outputs which make it extremely versatile. These are located on the back. We have our AC input, of course. You'll notice that here on your outputs, you can output to an S video or a conventional composite video. Our input side has both S video, also your composite video, and the same thing over here on what we call our foreground or camera side, S video or composite video. We also have this two-way device, which is kind of interesting. This is your DV and your FireWire. It has actually an input or output function. However, we do not recommend it as an input device. As an output device, it's fine because of the compression of DV. Also up here, you'll notice that we have the PAL and NTSC settings, so it's truly a international application unit. Some of the other components that you'll see here are basically used for programming the unit with factory updates and that type of software manipulation. At this point, I'd like to remind all the people that are interested in doing proper chroma key photography is that we want to give our set, give our camera equipment, give our keyer all the best information and the cleanest information we can. Due to the fact that when we do chroma key, the decision as to what is foreground or background is based on color, we want to eliminate all artifacts as to color in our scene. To do this, I recommend an old-fashioned technique many of us are frustrated with and don't understand really why. And that is, we must white balance our scene, our camera to our scene's lighting. One of the things I recommend is this Last-A-Light Easy Balance. This is available in several sizes. Here's the small one, which is a 12-inch. They also make a 20 and a 30-inch. Again, I want you to insert this at the plane of the subject, white balance your camera on the surface, and then you can start bringing in your other effects. If you don't do this, you have the chance of introducing various color anomalies, and your edges to your image between foreground and background will not be pure. The Last-A-Light Easy Balance is made out of a special RGB 247 white balanced material for digital. The vinyl is washable, so if you get it dirty, you can just wipe it off with a sponge. And of course, as I showed you, it's very flexible. It folds into a pouch. On the other side of the Easy Balance is a Digi Gray, 18% gray surface. It's so neutral that you can actually take a picker during your editing process and see your RGB values extremely perfectly even. We use this also for exposure determination because being the perfect 18% gray, we can use it to set our IRE values, etc., for the exposure values with our cameras. Another versatile aspect of Reflect Media's chroma key system is, you've got that terrible nightmare of showing up with a green or blue background and the talent shows up with the exact inappropriate wardrobe. There's nothing worse than shooting blue sweaters in front of blue chroma key. Well, with Reflect Media, it's a very simple matter to change our key's color. All we have to do is, if green is going to be inappropriate for the shoot, is unplug the color-coded socket and insert the appropriate colors plug right into our dimmer pack, and you can see I'm ready to go for that new wardrobe. I mentioned that you can white balance on an appropriate white surface that's made for digital video, but a lot of cameras today can white balance on a Digi Gray or neutral gray surface. I've got two examples here. I've got what we call our Kodak 18% gray card, and I've also got our Easy Balance. What you'll notice is there is much greater level of flare and glare off the gray card than there is with the Easy Balance. It's because the Easy Balance was especially made for our video capture devices, and it can be, because it is so neutral, you can actually white balance off of it. The way we identify our Last-A-Light reflectors is we put the prefix LL and then the number, and in this case this is a 3628, so it's LL 3628. The first thing you might notice about a Last-A-Light reflector is the case it comes in. This is actually a Cordura, 2000 denier Cordura, which we started using instead of the ripstop nylons because when you're out in the field, you're throwing these into your truck, sometimes something can penetrate that ripstop nylon and actually damage your reflector. So we went to the heavier material. We've also put these little luggage tags on, which you can immediately tell, what's in there, right strapped to the hand strap. This Last-A-Light reflector is kind of unique in the industry. It's called a tri-grip. And what's real interesting is when you open this up, you can see that instead of being a circle, it's a triangle. And by being a triangle, I can hold it with one hand, and as you can see, I can turn it through various axes. It does not droop like a circular one will do every single time. The triangle keeps it stiff throughout the movement, so one person can hold this. It also means you can use simple things like super clamps and pony clamps to hold them rather than invest in expensive arms. This is what you're looking at. This surface color, what you're looking at, is something new we came out for the digital world. This is called digital soft silver, and it has stripes of our white and then stripes of our silver. And the objective of this is to dim down your spectral highlights, which, as you know, with DV and HD are very difficult to capture, and it really makes a big difference. Now, on the other side of this, we have what we call our soft gold. Well, what we've done is we use a little bit of a warm silver and then stripes of gold. And again, if you want to enhance skin tone, sometimes, believe it or not, on a bright, sunny blue day, blue sky, you can actually get a lot of blue into your skin tones. This kind of puts back and eliminates some of that blue. I want you to look at the stitching. This is called a box stitch, and it's doubled. There are 2 rows of the box stitching. But what that does is it helps keep your reflector surface very, very taut, so it makes it much more even. The other thing is that on all this banding throughout the Elastilite line, on all the reflectors, because of the stitching, because of the extra heavy-duty material, we give you a lifetime warranty. Another lovely thing about the Tri-Grip is how robust and wide this actual handle is. It's very, very comfortable. It's padded, but you can get a good grip on it so you can control it. When you buy a Elastilite piece of equipment, it's going to last and last and last. Akata's been renowned in what we call the ENG world, electronic news gathering world. They've been making camera cases for the very expensive large Betacam and now the big full-size HD cameras. And one of the things that makes them different and so appropriate for this type of equipment is that the padding inside a Akata bag will never absorb any moisture. Obviously, you do not want to put one of your new electronic cameras into a sponge. So any of the padding you see in a Akata bag will never absorb moisture. The other thing about the Akata bags, you'll notice the yellow interior. The yellow interior is there as a convenience to the user so that if you happen to drop like a little cord in and you're kind of in a dark area, you can immediately see where that little accessory is. But the other thing which is real interesting and a lot of people don't realize, the very essence of this fabric is that it is anti-static for life. It's not a spray, it's actually the material itself. So with our electronic gear, there are 2 really bad hazards. Number 1 is moisture, number 2 is static electricity, and Akata from their inception has always designed the bags for that protection aspect to keep your camera equipment safe. This particular bag, this is called an EXO7. It is predominantly for your smaller cameras or smaller gear like VU meters, mixers, that type of thing, the miniaturization that we have today. You can accommodate those kind of accessories. What's also neat about the interiors, in addition to being anti-static, they accept and take in all directions the Velcro inserts. And of course you can buy more of these at any time. And we have an insert section, which I'm going to show you in the bigger cases, that you can actually buy in rolls. And you can cut it off and make your own sizes, etc. This particular bag in the little XO7 is wonderful because it opens up away from you, yet the zipper stops so that you cannot accidentally open up the bag and have your camera fall out. It retains things for safety. Then additionally, you have underneath a separate compartment which you can, again, put your batteries. They happen to store the strap here when you first get them. But you can store your batteries, your chargers, anything that's hard. You know, go ahead and put that in the bottom. And it provides you with a real nice organization of your various accessories. The other thing you're going to notice in a lot of kata construction is at various impact points, they have put this kind of this tuck and roll type of material. This is called TST. And as you can see from this little diagram, it's a sandwich. There's a flexible material on the outside, a flexible material on the inside that has a lot of resistance to it, and in between is a sponge. And this is a molded, high-tech way to make a bag. And the reason they do that is this becomes like a shell to protect your equipment against impacts and being crushed. Another great feature with the XO7 and the XO11, which is its big brother, is this mil-spec connector. They come with these pouches, but if you don't need them, just take them off. And what's very interesting about it is when you put it back, it locks automatically, it snaps in place, and it's so strong that you could literally hold up your whole bag loaded with it. If you're looking for a great systems bag to take out into the field, and you've got a lot of accessories, plus your camera, etc., and you're looking for a roller bag, this is called the MC61T by Kata. The T stands for trolley because these now come with the trolley, the little roller device included. They slip in and out of a back slot here, and they're very convenient because you can take the trolley out or put it in as you need, because the unit does come with a shoulder strap, and with the appropriate attachments you can use this as a shoulder bag, or you can use it with the hand strap right here. The hand strap's kind of interesting. It's actually a clamshell construction so that you can open it and you see how that works. Very convenient. You're not always looking for your handles, and your handles fit very comfortably into your hand. This opens up. This is the top compartment here. And again, who remembers what this tuck and roll is? The TST sandwich, again, for shock resistance and impact absorption. And inside, again, we have that beautiful yellow interior. This is an example of the extra, this comes with this unit, but you can buy this in rolls, these dividers you can buy. And you can see the various sandwiching. They have different densities. And what's so cool about this, it comes with these little Ys. Can you see the little valley? And what you do is you take the end of the valley, the bottom of the valley, and you match that up to the edge of the divider. Go ahead and attach the Velcro like this. This is called a T. If you can see that attachment, how the Velcro folds back. And then what you do is you take that, you hold back your T, and you place it in your case wherever you want, and those stick to the side of the case, just like that. Makes a very rugged little divider, but it also makes it very versatile because you can change that position anytime you wish. This is the top area. Generally, people put their cameras in here. You can put camera map box. This dry pack is where you want to put things that are very sensitive to moisture. I like putting my batteries in here because batteries are constantly, they're live whether we're using them or not. And if there's moisture in the air, they kind of take corrosive elements out of the atmosphere. So I like to put them in my dry pack. The unit also comes with a rain cover. The material that all the Kata bags are made out of is extremely water resistant. That's not the issue. But just as in a submarine, you don't put a zipper in a submarine. Well, the only vulnerable part to any bag is its zipper, even though we use a double seal. There's two lips here, and there's a lip in here. So when the zipper is closed, it brings the two lips together. However, just in case you were in the Amazon rainforest or in a Midwestern thunderstorm, we do give you a rain cover. And this rain cover will fit over the entire bag, so it will even seal the zippers. If you've gotten your wet rain cover, the last thing you want to do is stick it back in the case with your camera because you're putting moisture back in there. So what they do is, what you're supposed to do is you put this back and then you loop it onto your camera bag strap or whatever and let it dry out before you put it back in. So that's why we include that little mesh bag for you. Now, there's additional access with the MC61. First of all, it's got the real hard protected shoulders. When you want to get your full access, you lift up that outer shell and now you can get access to the whole inner compartment, which shows you this extra divider back here. And you can drop in up to a 17-inch laptop and have it fully protected, but take it with you in the field so you can do some on-the-spot editing. Another compartment that lets you have additional storage on the MC61T is this side compartment. You unzip the TST port and out comes these little storage bags. There's actually 2 of these and there's a port, of course, on each side. You can put in your cords, small microphones, batteries, chargers, whatever, and it keeps you organized. Some people have real long shot boom mics and they'll put the mic all the way down through the entire tunnel here, and that by removing both of these. So that gives you a very safe but convenient and handy storage area for your long boom mic. And on the MC61, I'm still not finished with the compartments. The next compartment I'm going to go to is this subterranean, I call it the subterranean garage. You open this up and now I've got more room under here for, again, things like batteries, chargers, VU meters, mixers, whatever you want you can store in there. But I'm still not done. There is one more compartment we still have not accessed in the MC61, and that is this one for personal gear. This you can put your pens, your keys, you want to put a couple of tapes, whatever. Some people stick a rolled up shooting script in here, whatever you want. But again, it's a very convenient personal compartment. For those of you that are looking for a very slim bag for predominantly just the camera, we also make what we call the CC190 series. And actually we make about 4 of these, starting with a real small one all the way up to a real big one. But the design is the same. They're very, very slender. They're designed to go over your shoulder or to be carried by the handle strap here. The point is, this is for somebody that really does a lot of running and going through doors. So we've made it very, very slim. It's also very quick to open the bag with this double safety of the clasp and the Velcro and the zipper, and then voila, we are open. And again, you've got your yellow interior. You've got, this is of course the camera strap, the shoulder strap that comes with it, and a safety strap inside. Again, more of the divider equipment, which can be customized. You do have places on the side to put things, and you can also expand or contract these dividers as the length of your camera requires. Inside is a hidden ID tag, which some people really like these days. And again, that just closes to zip closed the compartment. To zip close the compartment, we merely go like that. What's also fascinating, since you're shooting from above here, look what happens to this bag visually when the zipper is left open. Can you see the yellow? That is part of the design of all caught-up bags, is if you've left a zipper open, the yellow peeks through and warns you you've got an open bag. You can stack your equipment, and that really makes it convenient. Since we're on the back of this trolley, what I'd like to point out too, sometimes you have a real unbalanced load, and it's going to get a little wobbly on you. So what these do is these wheels will pull out, increasing the length of that axle, and so you have a much more stable roll when you go around corners and whatnot. This is one of our mini backpacks designed for the videographer. You can see it has a very unique shape, which if you think of it is the lens part is going to be pointed up here, and then the camera body will conform to the bottom of it. Again, you'll see in the shock areas we've put TST so that you're very, very protected. And we've stayed with the multiple port philosophy, just like in our other bags. We start off with, again, what I call the personal compartment, which is a big pouch area, very extensive, goes all the way down, and has a lot of padding on it, so you can put very delicate gear even there. It's got these loops, so you can strap on various equipment here. And then the second compartment, second zipper rather, opens up into the main compartment. And again, we have a way of putting your camera either top or bottom. I like to put mine bottom because I pull it out that way, but you do what you need to do for your configuration. We give you 2 mesh bags with this Velcro attachment. So if you've got favorite accessories that you're constantly going in and out of, batteries, certain filters, whatever, you can keep that organized, and yet it has a drawstring, and you can locate these anywhere that's strategically convenient for you. You'll notice we have a lot of extra padding down here, and this is kind of why I put the bottom of the camera down here, but some people want to put their lens down that direction, that's fine too. But these can come out and can configure to different applications where you may need more or less padding. We also have one more port, which is this port here, and depending again on your camera and how you like to lay things, you can use this compartment to store batteries, tapes, whatever that's very convenient in the top. And then you have full access to the whole bag once this divider is removed. And then you can zip that back up again. You have a handle here, and then you have pockets on the side. Now some people have put their tripods on the side. They'll put 1 or 2 legs in here, and this is fully adjustable, so it'll adjust for various thickness.
Because it's just too dark.
Okay, good. You tell me when.
Ready.
This is the side gusset or side pocket on the HB207. It's adjustable here, so you can adjust the diameter of the pocket for different sizes. A lot of people will put things like tripods in here. They'll put water bottles, etc., whatever you feel like. There is also something that this bag comes with, that the backpacks do come with now, and it's a little tripod carrier, which can also go on the side or also go here because it attaches to these gussets. This is the actual tripod carrier, and it has 2 straps that come above it. Those straps hook into these loops, and then you can control the length of that depending on what your tripod is just by adjusting that. Now, the HB does stand for hiker's backpack, and yes, when you turn the bag around, there is a full, beautiful backpack harness here. You'll also see that these are contoured so that when you put these on your shoulder, it actually distributes the weight on your shoulder very, very, very evenly. And this has a full waist belt so that you can distribute the weight on your hips and your hip bone, which is the correct way to do it. The top being more of a stabilizing harness rather than the weight-bearing harness. That's the proper way to set up a backpack. So this comes out, you leave that in the car or the trunk of the car, whatever, and then you only have the weight of the backpack itself. And again, you can see this is a real professional, including back support adjustment harness that really makes it comfortable. It's designed for people that are going to live in this equipment for weeks at a time, such as videographers that document forest fires and that type of thing, or they're going to be in the Amazon jungle for a long time. That's what this bag's for. It is that comfortable and that ergonomic. This is the Kata Hexabag 3. It's our rolling light stand bag. It'll take 6 light stands in it. This is our new length, which will take even the Avenger largest kit stands. The professional A400 and A410s, which are used very commonly outdoors by the news crews to hold up to 5K lights. At any rate, it's a light stand bag. It can be carried with a hand strap. That can be undone, and then there's a shoulder strap. And then the piece de resistance is that it comes already with the trolley already in it. So we can just grab a hold of your handle and roll it. The idea with this is that you don't roll it, lay it down in one location, and keep running it back and forth to where you're setting up lights. The idea is you take it out, set up that light, roll it to the next location, set up that light, roll it to the next location, set it up that light, rather than running back and forth. Make it easy on yourself. Just tote this to each lighting position rather than running back and forth. Makes your life a lot easier. You're a lot less tired. Now, to open the Hexa bag, I start with the top. This is my top. And I just fold it back. There's a couple of safety straps, so you release the safety straps, just like that. And then what I do is I undo the side straps. And there's a big long, I've undone the bottom one anyway, just for time here. There's some big Velcro. This comes undone, that's your handle, okay? And you can undo this and you can literally undo it totally and actually hang it up. But look what's inside here. I have 6 pockets, very large, ample pockets that I can put your light stands in. And it really is a great way to haul your light stands around. Especially if you have heavy ones, because you don't want to put, sometimes you don't want to put the big heavy stands in with your lights heads themselves, because you can damage the light heads. So this keeps the heavy stands away from your lighting instruments, which is a real good technique. This is a tripod bag that is made for and comes with a lot of the Manfrotto fluid head tripods, but it's made by Kata. And you can see our friend TST is at the top here. This is what protects your fluid head. And what's very cool about this design is this top. Now you can unzip that one zipper and you can open up the top like that if you want. You can see it's fluted so that it holds the legs snugly down by the narrow part, but up here there's extra room for your fluid head. This is the Manfrotto 503 head, and it happens to be at this moment part of a combination, which is one of our most popular combinations. It is truly made for the DV, HDV market. It fits all the cameras and is absolutely a perfect combination. We start with the head, which is the 503. The 503 has a very large hydraulic fluid chamber. The reason we've enlarged that over previous models is because you folks out there that are into this, you are accessorizing your DV cameras extensively. And when you accessorize the DV camera, it's not just putting stuff on top, but you're putting weight farther and farther from the center of gravity. So therefore, the power of the hydraulics in the head has to be increased. The other thing we've done is we've put in a counterbalance assist spring. So when you get to an extreme angle, you actually have a little assistance to the head coming back, if you notice, and going back to center. So it really does help you respond quicker and in a smoother manner to changes in your talent's motion or your scene panning. Whatever you wish to do, you're in more control. This you would order as a 503, 351 MVB2 kit. Also, what we've incorporated, again, because of the various configurations as to accessorization, the quick release plate is not just a quick release plate, but you can actually slide it to various positions that will give you a better balance. Once you find that position, you lock it down here. And what several of my guys do, my customers do, is they'll actually take some little white nail polish and they will put, if that's going to be their configuration that they're mostly going to use, they'll put a little index mark both on the plate and on the head itself, and that way they can return exactly to that same position without having to rebalance. Then to release, we have a great safety. You can release the slider lock, okay, but that will not come off until you release and push in on the red safety button. When you change dampening, in other words, the tilt resistance to the camera movement, and you do that with this knob, you're not just making it a tighter or looser fit, you're actually changing hydraulic pressure within the hydraulic chamber. So you get that smoothness throughout the range. It just becomes a little stiffer, but it's just as smooth as the lightest setting, because that, again, the hydraulics keep us nice and even. Now the 503 has its tilt lock located on the left side. And the reason is your monitors, either your screens, your viewfinders usually are on the left side of the camera. So you can mount, which is a lovely thing, a lovely characteristic with the 503, you can mount your handle on either side, but most prefer it on the right side so you can get into your camera, look at your screen, and it's very, very comfortable. There are configurations where if you want a studio monitor on top of your camera, we do give you another socket so you can add as an accessory 2 handles on your 503, and this lever here is your pan lock. Now another nice thing about this combination, the 503-351, we'll call it that for short, is with the 351 legs you have a 75mm ball leveler. And what that enables you to do is you don't have to take the time to level your legs perfectly, just get them down and locked, and then I can use the ball here guided by the built-in bubble level that's in my head, and then just merely tighten and you're ready to go. Much, much faster setup time. This way your pans, when you go from left to right, you're not going up the mountain or down the mountain, you are nice and level. This is the locking mechanism handle on our leg set on the 351. It's a simple cam that goes up and down, and you're locked in an instant. And it's a very positive control. The cam's been specially designed to lock at any position in the leg, so you don't have to worry about presets. Okay, this is the second stage lock mechanism of the 351. And you unlock this lever, throw out the second stage, and that takes you to full height. Okay, this is the mid-level spreader, and what's really nice about it is it acts as a spreader, but it's off the ground. So if you've got an uneven surface, a rocky surface, whatever, it's never in your way. And when you're ready to wrap, you merely lock the spreader sections, pull it up, and it goes right back into the tripod and you're ready to go. Another addition that the 503 has over the 501 previous model is that this handle will telescope. And sometimes, depending on your accessorization, your configuration, this enables you perhaps a better feel. It's more customizable, and with the new remote triggers that go on these, sometimes a little more distance is an advantage. This is the 519 head, which is the next model up from the 503. Our capacity is increased from the 16 pounds or so of the 503 to 22 pounds in the 519. One of the first features you'll notice is that there's a big knob here which adjusts the counterspring assist tension. And we can either turn it to the right to increase or to the left to decrease, and so you can customize the feel and the amount of assist you need depending on how you've configured your camera. Another thing we've done is on the front of this head is we have a port, and we can access this port. If I can pop it off, there we go. We access the port, and you can see there's a big screw head. I unscrew that head, I will pull the spring out, and the spring, as you can see, is a bright yellow. This screw is kind of an anodized yellow, and you can replace it with the heavier duty blue spring. And again, you'll see how that fits. Again, you need the proper diameter, and this is the stiffer one. Now, the springs have a range. This gets you from about, the first spring gets you from about approximately 3 pounds to your 16-pound range, and then this gets you from 12 pounds to 22 pounds. So depending on your feel and the way you configure the head, you have your choice, of course. And believe me, if you want to put a 2-pound camera on with the 22-pound spring, that's totally at your discretion. We just have that choice for you. The other adjustability factor that we've included with the 519 is this dial, which has some detents. You can hear the detents as I'm turning that. Now this dial is controlling the actual dampening, the fluid dampening in the head. Not the counterspring tension, but the fluid dampening itself. And you will feel that as you move this up and down, and as you change your various settings here with this knob, you'll feel the dampening increase or decrease as you turn this, so that you can in fact, you can take the hydraulic pressure totally out, and it's only the counterspring that is actuating the dampening mechanism. So you can control that yourself and balance and custom make the feel of it to what you specifically desire in that particular shoot. Sometimes the serrated teeth cluster, sometimes these get worn. So what we've done on the 519 is we give you an insert that on one side, which is the casting of the head itself, stays stationary. The other side, if it does get worn, they're easy to replace. This centerpiece is removable, that goes in, you rebuild it, and you're all set, ready to go. If at any time you want to add a second handle, this cover pops off, bolts on, and then you attach a second handle, or you can change the position of the handle to the left side. Also, what you have on the 519, and just another feature, is this detent loaded pan lock dampening control. What's really cool is as I increase or decrease the amount of pan dampening, you can hear those little clicks, so you don't even have to be looking at the scale to know where you are. It's a really nice feature. One of the things that I recommend on good fluid heads, and it really doesn't matter the manufacturer, but just as a good general principle, you want to make sure that if your head's been sitting a while, or you're in cold weather, you haven't been shooting for a couple of weeks, it's really a good idea first thing in the morning before you start shooting is go ahead and pump your pan and tilt axes. And a lot of people refer to this as priming. What you're doing is you're making sure that the hydraulics are evenly distributed. There's many chambers in a hydraulic fluid head, and you want to make sure that it's all well and balanced so that your fluid head's going to perform with the smoothest dynamics throughout its movement range. So you want to make sure that you do this little pumping action before you actually start shooting. And yet another feature set on the 519 is where we've located the pan and tilt locks. They are both on the left side of the head. The tilt lock is the upper one, the pan lock is the lower one. So it's very convenient. You can be shooting, you can lock off one, loosen the other. It doesn't matter. In other words, here I can do a pan, I've locked the tilt so my elevation stays precisely the same. I can do just the opposite. I can lock the pan, loosen the tilt, and then my pan stays identical so I go straight up and down. Very, very convenient. Packaged with the 519 head is the 525 75 millimeter ball 2-stage tripod. What we've done here is we've made it a 2-stage, which means 2-section, so it will fold up to a very compact range. We've also given you these great convenient handles which work in a horizontal mode so that if a strap or something gets caught, you're not going to release it with a vertical motion. This is a side motion. We've also designed it with kind of a taper, and we've actually experimented trying to hook a strap on here, and the strap will actually kind of loop off. So it's a good, safe, very solid mechanism with an extremely well-engineered cam to give you secure locking throughout its working life. This is the top section. The bottom section is controlled by the same kind of locking mechanism to give you the full length when you need it. The 525 comes equipped with a floor level spreader, and you merely loosen these knobs, it slides out, and you can accommodate any angle you wish. Another thing we've incorporated into the 525 legs is a 75 millimeter ball leveler, so that again you don't have to worry about precisely leveling your legs. Get them down and locked, and then come up here, look at your ball level, and tighten. And your bubble level then will tell you whether you are on the level for pan and all the axes at once. It's really, really handy. This is now the extended full length of the 525 leg set. You can see it's more than adequate for your working height. Remember that the base of the camera would be at this position, and then we're going to come up even higher for the level of the viewfinder. For you guys that are real nice and tall, this is a very convenient height, so you don't have to bend over to use the camera. It really helps save your back. This is the model 526, which is brand new to the Manfrotto video line. We now have a capacity of up to 35 pounds of camera configuration. This is a real breakthrough product. We've incorporated a kind of gear shift mechanism that allows you your choice of 3 dampening settings from 0, 3, 2, and 1. And what that does is we're engaging different levels of hydraulic dampening. There's your number 2. And you can see as I move this, it kind of shifts gears, and it's an amazing feel. What's really cool about what we've designed here, we have kind of a gear shift mechanism that you can actually feel the gears change in the hydraulic dampening control. And as you pump back and forth left to right here, this is the pan motion, you can actually feel the resistance change. It's rather uncanny. It's almost alive. And then when you go to 0, you are taking the hydraulic pressure completely out. So you can also go to what we call a kind of a freewheeling set, and then go right back into your hydraulic pressure when you wish it. We have a gear shift also for the tilt, and your tilt lock is again located on your left-hand side. The tilt lock is up here, the pan lock is down below. So it's very, very ergonomic, very, very well designed so that when you're actually working your camera, all your controls are where your hands are. We have an adjustable counter spring here, so we can adjust this in any degree of tightness we want, and you can custom set it in between settings. Again, so you can set the counter spring adjust extremely weak or strong depending on how you want it to interact with the hydraulic pressure. You have your locking lever here that controls the lock of the position of the plate itself, so I can put that into any intermediate position I want to balance my camera perfectly in the neutral. And then to get the plate off, I unlock that, but even though this is loose, I can't get the plate off unless I push in on the safety red lever, and then I can pull my plate out. To return the plate, it is a simple matter of sliding it in. That automatically clicks into place, and immediately my safety is engaged, and it's a matter of me to slide the plate to the position I wish for balance and then lock it off. Packaged with the 526 head is our brand new 528X tripod. What this tripod allows you to do is it has a 100mm ball, not a 75, a 100mm ball socket, ball leveler we call it, and you go underneath here with your handle and you go ahead and level and then lock her down. Once you attain level position, again, you don't have to worry about your legs being level. The 528XB is so robust that we actually recommend it to mount camera jibs and boom arms on. And you'll notice that this hinge is massive. And this is one of the areas where we gain a huge amount of strength through this chassis here. The 528XB is also packaged with a mid-level spreader, so that again, when you're out in the field, you've got uneven surfaces, you're above the ground, you can totally use it uninhibited no matter what the terrain. To ensure when you use the 528XB with a jib arm, to ensure that it's always going to have positive lock no matter what the dynamic forces are when you're throwing your jib arm in different directions, what we recommend is insert this pin and then lower the leg section onto it. And that way you know that no matter what happens, you are secure. The inventor of the Fig Rig is Mike Figgis, a very well-renowned Academy Award-winning director. And with the evolution of the DV and HDV cameras, he noticed that all the mounts that enabled you to hold the camera were either astronomically expensive or, quite frankly, they demanded you to do everything with one hand. And when you do things with one hand, it gets very fatiguing, and also you lose control, you lose stability. Well, he was sitting in a diner at the day's end of shooting somewhere, and he noticed a waitress came out with a tray of plates, okay? And she was holding the tray of plates like this. And it was one of those famous eureka moments. That's what we'll do. We'll control the camera with 2 hands. So what he designed then is he literally did take a steering wheel and put the camera in the middle of the steering wheel. He punched out the struts and then rebuilt a strut in between. And then he noticed that he could hold the camera very nicely and do a lot of interesting movements. And he also noticed he could then attach various controls and accessories. The only problem he had with his original automobile steering wheel was that the balance was wrong, and he couldn't figure out how to correct that. He went to Manfrotto in Italy and said, look, I've got this idea, I'm bringing it to you, I think you can solve some of my problems, and I think you would be the people that I'd like to have this bring to market for me. And one of the reasons is if I allow Manfrotto to take forward that development process, you're not going to want to sell it for $2,000 just because it has my name on it. You're going to design it for who I designed it for, and that was the young up-and-coming filmmaker. And sure enough, the engineers at Manfrotto, they worked out the balance problem by properly placing this strut. Also, it's got a little cantilever to it. So that worked out the balance problem. We also incorporated a wonderful sliding plate that we took right off of our fluid heads. So that helps you balance the wheel as well, fig rig as well. And we even have a longer plate. So if you've really got a long, heavy load, you can have even more balanceability with that longer plate. But again, the main principle is I've got 2 hands. I am now incorporating the wrist, the elbows, the shoulders. As I walk, I've got my whole skeleton, my whole spine, my hips into the action. And we're finding something else out, which is fascinating about using the fig rig. When you use your screen, the pop-out screens that are on your camera, just like the microsurgeons, when they're looking at a screen and they're doing very delicate, small, precise operations, they get biofeedback. So the fact that they're dealing with something very small doesn't dawn on them because they're getting this large image on the screen. Well, when you're using the screen that's on your camera, you're getting biofeedback also. And what kind of happens is after you use it for about 10 minutes, all of a sudden your movements get extremely smooth because subconsciously you are becoming your own little stabilizer as your body moves. It's taking advantage of the normal ergonomics of the human body. So without creating something that's really expensive and bulky and heavy and complicated and that you have to be trained on to use, the fig rig really gets you to enjoy camera movements that would take years to accomplish otherwise. The other thing, as I mentioned, we can now equip the fig rig with our new controllers. We have a splitter box here that allows me to put perhaps focus on one side and my zoom controller on the other. I can also turn the power off and on the camera. I can also stop record and start record on the camera without touching it. So this creates, again, some smooth operation for all your different applications. It's wonderful to do that. In addition to the splitters, to the splitter box and the 2 controllers that you're seeing here, we have a new little clamp called a 595 CLA. This little clamp now enables you to be able to mount all kinds of things onto your fig rig through the use of this 1/4-20 or 3/8 bushing adapter. We can put lights on here. We can put shock mounts for microphones. We can put mixer controllers, extra batteries. You can put batteries down here and kind of adds to your stability. Another thing, right now while I'm at this table, many videographers have used the fig rig in a very compact, tight situation in a small office. They'll put their subjects to the right or left of them, and I can pan the camera just like this as I'm shooting the dialogue. So for some of the talking head shots and office interviews type of thing, there's your rig right there. You're done. You're ready. You're shooting. Very short setup time, and you don't have to take up a lot of room. Then, and just to sum up on the Fig rig, it is a very ergonomic device. It really takes advantage of all the natural ability of the human body to be a very good moving camera support. One of the things you'll notice is that on an Avenger C-stand, there are no set screws in our riser locks. The riser lock is the device that keeps your riser from falling down. You lock it in place. We don't have any set screws, and set screws are problematic, especially if you're vibrating down the road in a grip truck. The set screws will actually start tearing into your riser and come loose. You either have to file it down, turn your riser lock to a different position, and then retighten them, or you have to replace the riser. So try to look for C-stands that don't have set screws in the riser lock. The other thing that we do at Avenger is one of the real embarrassing things, one of the real troubles of arriving on a set on location is you unpack your C-stands and a few of the T-handles have fallen out or lost, and therefore you have a C-stand that's not going to hold up too much. Well, what we've done at Avenger is we've made sure that your T-handles in your riser locks are captive so that they will not fall out accidentally. So when you arrive on set, you've got a working C-stand. As far as tips to use, what I recommend, I'm going to just step over here a second. This is called a grip head and a grip arm. I've got them joined together here. A lot of people will take the grip head on the grip arm and put it on the C-stand. This is incorrect. The reason is, if you put then the head on the end, this could come loose and fall on someone. And not only the head itself, but whatever you had the head connected to can fall off. So what I recommend is take the head, the grip head, and mount it on the C-stand, just like I'm doing here. Then the grip arm goes into the grip head, just like this, okay? And that way, the solid head part, which is locked onto the arm itself, this head will not come off on people. The other thing is, as I'm turning you to the camera, when you tighten a grip head, you know, remember that righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. In other words, you want your load on the right side of the grip head. So the load itself will actually help to tighten the grip head. If you put it the other way, the load tends to unscrew the grip head. So righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. What does that mean again? Put your load on the right side of the grip head so that it tightens the load as you're tightening it. Okay? So that's very, very important for safe application. This adjustment here, which looks like a set screw on the Avenger C-stands, does never penetrate and touch the riser. This pushes a massive brake pad that's behind it and brings and wraps the casting of the riser lock around the riser. Now that you've got your grip arm inserted into the grip head properly, I want to show you what is the proper placement of the grip arm relative to the legs of the C-stand. At this point, my weight would not be over a leg or base leg of my C-stand. So what I want to do is I want to rotate this around so that my grip head now, no matter where I tilt it, no matter how much weight I have, is going to be over a leg. So that you can once you tighten it, you can push down as much as you want, but you're supported by a leg. If you don't do that, that will then take the C-stand over. And of course, we don't want that to happen. So always put your grip arm over the leg of the C-stand. An important thing also to provide for is that on the opposite legs from your load, you should drop sandbags to make sure that the load will not tip over the sandbag in any way, shape, or form. I've got here one of our StratoSafe crank stands. A lot of people ask me, Mark, I'm going to be putting on a very, very heavy or long boom. What stand should I recommend? Aren't the little kit stands that come with my lighting kit good enough to put booms on? Well, quite frankly, they're rather dangerous if you do that. So we've come out with a line of crank stands, several, that can accommodate your large loads. One of the unique things about Avenger crank stands is most of the crank stands that you'll see around are manufactured with cables inside. What makes Avenger crank stands unique, and for that reason we call them StratoSafe crank stands, is that there's no cables inside in the lifting mechanism. We use a rack and pinion, very strong, very secure lifting mechanism. This lever right here we call the Avenger Deadman switch. It's designed so that if the operator ever is distracted, walks away, runs away from the device with its load on, it will immediately, automatically, and securely lock into position.
Thanks for watching the Digital Cinema course.
Hi, I'm Ed Phillips. This is Matthews Studio Equipment here in beautiful downtown Burbank, California. Today we want to take some time and show you some of our grip equipment, what it does, some tricks of the trade, and why I truly believe Matthews manufactures the very best grip equipment available anywhere in the world. You know, the C-stand is probably the basic core instrument of grip equipment. But before we talk about that, why don't we talk about a grip? What is a grip? In this country, a grip has three responsibilities. The first is as the rigging boss. He's responsible to rig anything that must be suspended, whether it's lighting gear or camera equipment. On a typical Hollywood soundstage, he's going to rig the decks, the beds, the parallels. Those are otherwise referred to as catwalks on which the lights are set. And then he'll rig cameras. It's his or her responsibility to put the camera to the dolly, and if the dolly has to move from point A to point B, it's the dolly grip that moves then the camera. And the same is true for cranes, trains, cars, planes, boats. He rigs everything. And that's what the grip does in this country as well as other parts of the world. Beyond that, in the United States, the grip works in cooperation with the director of photography and the gaffer or lighting director to then control the light, control the ambiance of the light, create the mood or the atmosphere. And to do that, he uses a variety of textiles. But again, one of his basic instruments is the C-stand. Many, many years ago, when film was born back east in New York, there was a company who manufactured some of the equipment, and that company was Century Lighting. Hence, you got the answer already, right? Any stand manufactured by Century Lighting was a Century stand. Century Lighting then became Century Strand, which then became Strand Century, which then became Strand Lighting. There's another story, and this is the one that I most prefer. Back when Cecil B. DeMille left the East Coast following the sun, because that was the only source light we had in the early days of filmmaking, it's oftentimes been said that had he taken an inlet route, Phoenix, Arizona would have been Hollywood, USA. As it were, he took a coastal route, and Hollywoodland, as it was then, became what is today Hollywood. And so as the studios were born, sets were built on rotating tables so that we could then follow the sun. That was our only source of light. And so we had to control the sun then as we do today. And we used textiles, we used tree branches, we used any number of things to try to create that mood or that ambiance and separate the key from the fill. And so without having any telescoping type stands, the studios would build these three-legged wooden easels, would nail off these various fabrics, tree branches, to these easel type stands. The 100-inch stand, easel type stand, became known as the Century stand. Century meaning 100, and ultimately the C-stand. Matthews was the first company to build a folding C-stand back in 1972. As prior to that, most all of the C-stands as they were welded in a 3-leg configuration. 2 C-stands, circa 1972. I remember machining this. And look what happened. When it came time to strike the set, and you're tired, it's the end of the day, you want to go home, you'd unscrew this, and then you'd start folding the stand. But it still beat the predecessor to this, which was a welded base, much heavier and far more cumbersome. So from 1972 to the current day, we have the 40-inch spring-loaded. Spring-loaded, and good grips can do it without even turning it over. I'm not a good grip. There it is, done. The 20-inch stand, it's the half of the 40. So where do we get the 40? The 40 inches is the length of this main tube. That's all it is. So now let me show you why I truly believe our Century stands, our light stands, our roller stands are far superior to anything else. Let's start with the fact you can throw it. That's important. When we elevate the riser section, we want it to stay where we put it, and we don't want it to wiggle or wobble. We use brass brake shoes that have a V to them. We call it Posi V lock. As you apply it to this tube, and you can see with the proper size, you get 1, 2, and then 3 points of contact. Notice as I place the female 5/8 receiving head onto the 5/8 male pin, and as I tighten the screw, I'm going to drive the pin into the V notch. So again, I have 1, 2, 3 points of contact. That head ain't going anywhere. Here again, we have the same V concept where we've got the V with serrations on either side. So now we're grabbing the object in 1, 2, 3, 4 times these number of serrations, which is another patented feature of the Matthews C-stand. Another significant change is with regard to the gasket. In prior years, we used a composite material, whereas now we use a soft aluminum. So you get a good solid bite with no rotation or movement whatsoever. You always want to set the stand with the grip head to your right and the arm over center. If this is center line, you want the arm above center line. And the old righty-tighty, lefty-loosey rule of gripping. Righty, tighty. Lefty-loosey. The only main difference between Matthews stands and others is it doesn't care. You can do it either way, and it isn't going to move. At a base, you need a good, strong, solid support, and therefore we weld and heat treat each of our legs. From 1972 through the early 80s, this was the handle. It worked, but it wasn't very comfortable. Today, we offer this handle, which is far more comfortable to the hand, it's ergonomically correct, and it locks. I don't want to teach gripology because there are so many different approaches to what is right, what is wrong. But what I want to talk to you about is the importance of sandbags, one of the grip's best friends. I wouldn't dare even let go of this without first bagging the stand with this Cucaloris out here. The sandbags come in many different styles: shot bags, sandbags, stainless steel shot bags. We also have what we call the BOA bag. Okay, so the BOA bag is rubberized so that we can wrap it literally even around a vertical stanchion. Watch this. No other sandbag will do that. So it makes it very, very portable. It makes it very unique. If, for example, we inverted this arm and we were using this end of the 5/8 grip arm to support a lighting fixture, we would then want to counterbalance it somewhat like a boom, so that when we did release the handle, we were balanced out. So now even in this position, assuming we had something substantial here, the bag is going to help balance the offset. C-stands come in many different varieties. As I said earlier, we manufacture 10 different styles, both in chrome and in black. Each have an advantage. The chrome's very durable, as is the black. Some believe that the black stand is a more useful tool as it's non-reflective, it's more easily hidden, and therefore that's a preference to some. Doesn't mean it's right. That's what's cool about grip equipment. It's what's right for you. This particular stand is our 20-inch model. It's got a short arm, so you have far less baggage if you're working out here. And this particular stand also comes with a Rocky Mountain leg. I'm going to use this Apple box to demonstrate the Rocky Mountain leg. This would enable us to level it off staircase, curbside, countertop, kitchen sink, bathroom sink. So let's assume for a moment we wanted to get a lamp down low on a coffee table or a kitchen sink. We take a Mathellini or any other clamp, quite frankly, but this is the best. There it is. Here's our fixture. Done. Earlier we talked about the tenacity of the Matthews grip heads. They won't give up. They won't let go. Right now we've got a 25-pound sandbag hanging here. I wonder what'll happen if we throw another 25. And I would suggest we could continue until such time as the arm literally bent. This head isn't going to give up. And to demonstrate how easily it'll release, please notice, for the demonstration, we bagged the stand. Otherwise, don't try this at home. And also take notice as to the fact that we've got the bag on the high leg. We've got the arm between two legs. Now, there would be those grips who would say this is incorrect. You want the arm over one leg. And as I said earlier, I'm not going to teach gripology. I'm only going to teach safety. Put the bag behind your load to counterbalance the forces being applied to it. You know, Matthews manufactures over 1,500 different items. Here are just a few, starting with our monitor bracket. We incorporate what we call the magic finger, so you have the opportunity to pan or tilt your monitor to a comfortable viewing degree. You can also remove the plate and put it down on any other typical light stand. The magic finger is available in also many other different configurations, so you can use it as a light support or as a monitor bracket support. It's available on pipe clamps, C-clamps, but here's what we call the Mayfer clamp. It's been around for years, since about 1975. It, again, has a nice jaw, so it'll let you come in and grab round or square surfaces, flat surfaces, with the 5/8 pin. 5/8 pin is removable, so you can put other mounting devices in here. The complete array of this equipment is in the catalog, and as I said earlier, our catalog's got over 1,500 items. This is the Mathellini. This thing is fast, it's secure, it doesn't fool around. Again, it too will go to a flat surface, to round diameters. It's available in many different sizes, but it won't go anywhere. This is the 4-inch double junior C-clamp. And again, it uses the Posi V configuration in the 1 1/8" receiver. Let me demonstrate what happens and the advantage. Again, as we insert the male to the female, watch the way it drives that into that V, so we have a perfect locking system that won't turn under torque or pressure. Well, this is our 4.5-inch grip head. We'll play with it a little bit more when we get into the bigger rolling stands. But it incorporates the same features and benefits as does its baby brother, the 2.5-inch grip head. You'll notice it has the Posi V receiver, as well as the V configuration plates with the multi-serrations. And later I'll give you a demonstration on the superiority of this design. And of course, the same aluminum gasket, which we call the friction gasket. Most all manufactured lighting instruments have a hole at the tip of the 1/8" pin, which would allow you, when inserting the light, put this through that hole as a safety. So if you were in a downward mode, and should this handle come loose, the lamp won't fall to the set floor. So here's the Matthews telescoping hanger. The difference is the durability, the strength, and the safety. Remember earlier I said I'm going to demonstrate why I truly believe Matthews is the finest, the best, strongest, most durable equipment money can buy. Here's another example. A telescoping hanger terminates with a female 5/8 half-13 thread. To that thread you can mount what we call stirrups, or we have 1/8" receivers and or 5/8 male. So you can use with the stirrup the theatrical type lighting fixture, or with the 5/8 male and or 1/8" female, you use the more standard motion picture type fixture. While this casting and this handle allow you to telescope and position the light down into your set, the handle, it will also lock the tube into rotation for panning. Here's an example of what might happen should somebody inadvertently release this handle. That sounds ugly. But as opposed to relying on this casting, internally, inside each one of these riser sections are welded rings so that each time they engage, it's against a welded ring. We're not relying on the casting to support any downward force. So it's virtually impossible for this to come apart, and therefore it's a very safe instrument when putting lighting over your actors' heads. This is Mini Max, the little brother of Max. You can light your way right into the corner. You can use this to put your backlight anywhere out of frame. The stand is out of frame and you've got an 8-foot radius of motion for positioning your light up to a height of 22 feet or to a negative dimension beneath ground level. It has 2 Rocky Mountain legs, so it'll self-level off staircase, sidewalks, etc. It has all the other same features and benefits that we demonstrated in the Matthews family of stands with the brake shoes, the 3-point contact, posi lock, as is the case with every other Matthews stand we manufacture. These are our new digital stands. You know, everything's digital today, so we had to build a digital stand. It's got many of the same features and benefits, the posi V-lock brake shoes, but it has one more added feature. When coming down, it's spring-loaded, which is a unique feature. Most other stands won't do this. This stand also will fold this way or this way. Reason being is if you need to skinny it up, as they say, by virtue of the fact that you can adjust this center mechanism, you won't high center the bottom of the stand. So again, you can do this and skinny it up, or you can reduce this height by reversing it, doing it this way. This is the Matthews Digital Combo Stand. Combo stand is, again, a term. We talked about how the C-stand got its name. Combo stand came about when we first went into business, 1970, where in those days, mostly the equipment was manufactured by each of the major studios here in Hollywood. And intentionally, the grip equipment was not designed to interface with the electrical equipment. And so electrics and grip did not come together in terms of the commonality of their gear. So when Matthews began to develop its line of stands, it was the first to introduce what we called the combination stand. Again, our stuff has to be strong. We guarantee it because we know people are going to do things like this. Don't recommend it, but I know you're going to do it. So I better make it strong enough to support at least my 200 pounds. And it too has the Rocky Mountain leg for leveling on a staircase, curbside, etc. As I mentioned earlier, the stand will fold in any one of two directions. You can bring it up that way, folded, ready to store. Drop it down this way, so again, you're going to get a thinner footprint and still a stable base if you have to back up into the corner. And then finally, we have what we call our pop-up top, where with this handle, we expose or release the 5/8 baby pin. And of course, the top casting, as is the case with our other receivers, incorporates the V concept for a very positive lock. Okay, this is one of our rolling stands. It's a little heavier, it's a little bit more robust. That's why you'll see the gold braces. We call this the Hollywood line. The stand is designed to quickly and easily set up. It's incredibly strong because I know what you're going to do. I've done it myself. Same risers in terms of the braking system. It's just the components are a little more robust, a little heavier. Now, when you go to wrap the stand, this is something you want to look at whenever you're considering equipment. The casters. The casters Matthews manufactures are the highest quality of any caster available. They lock in both rotation and direction. And we protect the caster by virtue of the way we've designed the stand. Watch this when I fold the stand. Because again, we know from experience that when this stand folds up, we're in a hurry. It's late. We want to get out of here. Done. And it's freestanding. So it'll render many, many years of reliable service. All right, I want to show you the difference between the old and the new. On my right, your left, is the older version of the Matthews high roller stand. You'll notice that the wheels are on the floor. I could not slam this stand as I did this one when I earlier demonstrated it. Most other stands, as you try to move them from point A to point B, whether they're lamp stands or grip stands with wheels, you'll realize they want to turn. And it's a very cumbersome, frustrating experience to try to move your butterfly or your lamp across stage. With the Matthews stand, because of the design and the way in which we manufacture, we can take our stands and guarantee you that they're going to track straight from point A to point B, which is especially important when you have a big butterfly or overhead. Here's the demo. Let's play a game of stand catch. Okay, this is our medium roller stand. This is the stand that we would typically use for flying butterflies and overheads. It works very similar to the last stand I just demonstrated. And that you just push the base open. You'll notice it's got a much wider base. This is our 4.5-inch grip head, which is an integral part of the stand. Let me demonstrate something for you. Remember, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, over center. Just raise this up a little bit. All right, 200 pounds. Watch this. There are three things we don't do: painting, plating, or foundry work. Otherwise, everything is done in-house. And so when Mr. Spielberg needed this stand for a particular light, it was our pleasure to take our standard Cinnovator and cut it down into this very miniature version, which he used to support a Dino light on 3 different pictures. So if you're new to the industry, I'm sure you've undoubtedly heard of the high roller stand or the high boy stand. This is it, and it is that. It's pretty tough or difficult to set a flag at this height or even the butterfly or overhead, but when you need to get to 18 or 19 feet, this is the stand to do it. The stand's referred to as a triple riser because we have 1, 2, and 3 riser sections. The head is permanently affixed to the top riser section, whether it's to the high boy or high roller and or the medium roller stand. Remember, a 12 by 12 is 144 square feet. That will send you at 20 miles an hour down La Cienega Boulevard when you least want to go there. So be careful, sandbag everything, and realize how much square feet of sail you're supporting when you put up a high stand with a 12 by or 20 by or a 30 by frame. This is the Hollywood Beefy Baby stand. Earlier I talked about Hollywood as being something a little bit more robust. The Hollywood version of the Beefy Baby incorporates steel legs as opposed to aluminum legs on the standard Beefy Baby. Over here we have the mini Beefy Baby. And then of course we have a preemie Beefy Baby. Okay, apple boxes are some of the most useful tools on the set. Don't make little actors big. There are a lot of actors in this town that without an apple box would have never gotten the job. Other things you can do with apple boxes, use them to mount baby plates, junior plates, get fixtures down low on the floor.
This is a quarter apple box with a baby nail down plate, and this would be if you have to put a light really low to the ground. You can mount this wood anywhere, and you just put your light on top of here and it's stable. You can sandbag it. That's the proper way to do it.
Pancake, quarter, half, full apple box. Tools of the trade. You can't work without them. The apple box is one of the most common chairs on set. It's pretty comfortable too. I've spent a lot of time on it. Cup blocks are something else we use a lot. We use those in reverse. For example, if we want to make an actor look smaller, and I don't want to mention names, but one way to do that is take a cup block or a stair block, put it underneath the desk or a table, and so the level of that table comes up. Well, of course, once that plane comes up, the actor looks smaller. So it's all part of the illusion and the mystique of filmmaking. So apple boxes come in handy. You can't work without them. Matthews apple boxes are manufactured from 9-ply Baltic birch, which is about the finest quality plywood you can buy. Each one has a center strut, so that, for example, in here, there's a strut that you can't visually see from the outside. That's what makes the box strong enough to take the rigors of this industry, which at times can be pretty severe. For over 20 years, Matthews has been manufacturing the doorway dolly. It's a great workhorse. You can use it to transport cable, gear, camera cases, cameras, lights. It'll hold up to about 2,000 pounds. Just recently, we came out with this version. We call it the Roundy Roundy. The significant difference is the fact that it steers from both ends, together and simultaneously. So you can see that with the all-wheel steer, we can turn and maneuver in very tight quarters. And in addition, we've added this camera seat so that with your tripod positioned on the platform, you've got a camera operator's chair, which you can locate in any one of 6 positions. Here, here, or at either end in the push bar receivers. Okay, and another feature is the fact that we can expand the camera platform. The reason we call it a doorway dolly is because it's 29.5 inches wide, which will allow it to fit through most standard doorways. But if we need a larger platform, we can take the sideboards which stow beneath the dolly and expand the dolly by another 2 feet, 1 foot on either side. So again, if you're in an environment that allows for the space, now you've got room to comfortably position yourself with your tripod and get a very smooth ride with these semi-pneumatic wheels, which you can deflate to take some of the vibration out of your shot, or you can rig them with Matthews track wheels. And of course, Matthews manufactures a variety of dolly track. And we'll talk about that in our next video. All right, you can see what a tight radius this dolly can turn. It's a 6-foot diameter. Standard doorway dolly with one end steer will turn a 12-foot diameter. So this is cutting that turn or that circle in half. So when you're inside tight quarters and you're trying to get around a tight doorway, this dolly will do it for you. It's relatively inexpensively priced. Again, as I said earlier, it's very durable. If you want to see the dolly in action, I invite you to our website where we have a video showing more of the features and benefits. You know, earlier we talked a little bit about modifying the light source by use of various textiles. So again, from Matthews, you have a variety of various textiles and materials to modify, control, and change your lighting. From Grifflon, black, white, clear, to various bobinette, singles, doubles, lavenders, various silks, different densities of silks, each of which is going to control in a different way your light source and allow you, as the expression goes, to paint with your light. Blue screens, green screens, reflector materials. They'll apply to all these various different geometric shapes, from things as small as the 3-inch dot to what we call the finger. And look at the way the material is made up. It's designed in such a way that you're not going to get any light reflection. So as you do your composite type photography, you have less difficulty with matching color and or shadows. But lighting is also very important when you're dealing with green or blue screen. For the matrix, we made a screen that was, I guess, 90 by 160 to do all their wire gags. And we just recently have come out with a material that's blue one side, green the other. And then finally, the most recent addition to the Matthews textile family is what we call color net, where we've taken the bobinette and we've introduced a gold thread. So now we control the color temperature without otherwise affecting the light beyond what a normal net would do, which is approximately in a single about 1/3 of a stop. So you get the same light transmission, but you pick up color temperature. So in this case with the gold, we're warming the light. We're extending that magic hour. This is the silk that's going to knock your light down by 1.2 stops, although most people just consider it as one stop. And whereas some of the other textiles are not going to modify the distribution of the light, one of the benefits of silk, and the reason it's used quite often, is it's not only going to soften and diffuse, but it's going to broaden the light, spread the light. It's going to take one small light source and turn it into what appears to be a much larger light source, or it'll take multiple light sources and turn it into a single light source. It's how you rig the silk. Okay, here's the single net. Let's talk about why it's a 3-sided frame. There's actually an almost invisible 4th side, and that's that piece of piano wire, giving it that structural integrity to keep it in square. But again, why do we have this open edge? It's so that we can feather this up into our light source without a definitive line, as we would otherwise realize on a 4-sided frame. Here we've got the standard 18 by 24 and a 24 by 36. The white is the single, which is going to knock your light down by about 0.6 of a stop, or as we refer to it, a half a stop. The red is the double, which is 1.2 stops, or for easy math, 1 stop. There we have the Cello-Cucaloris. By the way, Cucaloris is a Greek name for crazy light. Not a lot of people know that. It's available as cello, as I just said, and it's also available in wood. The difference is the cello at times may be a little bit more durable as opposed to the wood, but it also has a different light transmission characteristic because you don't have the opaque separations in the burning of the cello. The wood is far more definite in the way in which it modifies that light. And I think earlier we spoke about grips and what do, and they modify light, and they create shadows, and they take shadows away. Well, here's an example of a tool they might use to create that shadow, that mood, or that ambiance. It's me again. That was a 24 by 72 cutter. This is an 18 by 24 flag. Flags become cutters when they grow up. Why do we need flags? Why do we need cutters? We'll flag a light off, or we'll cut a light, either as a topper or a side. Something else to be careful of when you're shopping for equipment. There are different grades of duvetine, which is what this material is. You want to make sure that when you hold it up to the light, you see no light. When you don't have a 10-ton or a 5-ton truck, and you can't carry all that heavy gear, we've got road rags. Road rags come in two sizes, 18 by 24 and 24 by 36. It's a complete kit, which includes a single, a double, and a silk, along with a solid. Each kit has 2 frames. Here comes the magic. Watch this. There's your frame. They're great when you're in a controlled environment. This would be a perfect example, or if you're doing a interview, documentary, as long as you're in that controlled environment. But if you're going to be outside where you're subject to the environment, stick with the heavier gear. It'll serve you well. At any rate, in the book we've got 1,500 different products. Each one is thought out, well engineered. Safety is a primary concern. Integrity, durability, ruggedness. And to attempt to go through each and every one of these products today would be an impossibility. And so if you want to request a catalog or see our online catalog, please go to www.msegrip.com. Thank you for watching this video. I appreciate it very much. I look forward to meeting you, and more than that, I look forward to being a part of your creative success as you go forward in our industry. If you're ever in Burbank, please come by and visit us. Thank you. Good luck in your career.
Hi, my name is Joel Svensson. I work for Roscoe Laboratories. What we're most famous for are the colored lighting filters that you use in your daily production sets. You probably know them as gels. They're called gels because back in the early 1900s, we actually used to make them out of colored gelatin. We'd bake them into large sheets, peel them off, and sell them onto the local New York stages where they were used to color the vaudeville shows of the time. Nowadays, the lights have gotten much more powerful, and we can't really put gelatin in front of those lights. We created them out of plastics now. We have high-temperature plastics made available to us, and that's what we create them out of. When you work in a set where a sound stage where all the light sources are the same, believe it or not, you don't need a single one of our filters if you don't need them. However, the second you begin to introduce other lighting sources such as fluorescence, tungsten, HMIs, photostrobes, as you begin to introduce different sources into your shot, then you need to be aware that those sources have different characteristics, and those lighting sources are going to need to be adapted one way or another. That's where we come in with our gels and lighting filters. The most popular gel or lighting filters are our CTBs and CTOs. CTB corrects to blue, CTO corrects to orange. The most popular in a soundstage is a CTB for putting onto a tungsten source, such as this Lico that I'm working with here. It's 3,200 degrees Kelvin, and if you're working with an HMI source or natural daylight coming in from the window, you may want to make this 3,200 degrees source 5,500 degrees, which is the Kelvin temperature of the natural daylight. For those of you not versed in the means of Kelvin, as I begin to talk about that, what I'm talking about is the relative blueness or orangeness of the light. The more blue a source is, the higher the Kelvin. For instance, daylight, 5,500 degrees Kelvin, a relatively blue source compared to tungsten, 3,200 degrees Kelvin, which is a relative orange source. So if I wanted to turn this 3,200 degree Kelvin source into a 5,500 degree Kelvin source, I would add Cinegel number 3202, full CTB, to this 3,200 degree Kelvin source to make it daylight. We're called Roscoe Laboratories because we have a team of scientists that have been working in the realm of plastics and coloring the plastics to a specific color media for several years. Some of the things we began to do is actually make the gels, the lighting filters, a specific color to correct to a specific color temperature. That is our line of Cinegel lighting filters. It is the lighting filters we've created which are geared more for film and television purposes. Cinegel is Roscoe's range of color correction filters. So our CTBs, CTOs, plus screens, minus screens, any of the filters that you might need when shooting a film, photographic, or video production, they're all contained in this book here. Some of the filters that we make in some of our other lines are only made 2 feet wide. However, everything in this book, this Cinegel swatch book, is available at least 4 feet wide for use on wider gel frames and wider shots. Everything that is in here is also made out of a high temperature polyester material, so you can, for the most part, use it on all of your high temperature lights should you need to. Now, just like we have CTB filters to correct tungsten to daylight, we also have CTO, or corrects to orange, filters that will take a daylight source down to 3200 degrees, where Kelvin light sources generally live. It's all about finding a balance. So the filter that I actually recommend for taking a 5500 degree source to 3200 degrees is Cinegel number 3401, Roscoe Sun 85. Now, for those of you who might be a little more versed in lens filters, you might recognize the terminology of 85. Kodak Raton uses that technology in their Raton filters, and we've used that same verbology whenever we're talking about our Sun 85 filter. It is a match for your lighting to match the Raton 85 filter. The Roscoe Cinegel filters is comprised of CTBs, CTOs, straws, neutral densities, plus screens, minus screens for use with fluorescent lights, and a full range of diffusions is available at Roscoe distributors across the United States. As I mentioned, 3401 Cinegel is the perfect correction for going from 5500 to 3200. However, it's not a full CTO. In the case of CTBs, the full CTB took 3200 up to 5500. A full CTO, however, will actually overcorrect. It will take a 5500 degree source all the way down to 2700. 2700 is where incandescent lighting is, things such as your typical light bulbs that you have as a practical on set. So if you're trying to make a daylight source match that, full CTO is the answer. However, if you're really trying to make your daylight source match your 3200 source, 3401 is the filter you should use. With the advent of HD and video technology, we've begun to look into how our lighting filters affect the light with this new electronic media. What we actually begin to find is that a full CTB, although it does correct properly, taking 3200 degrees Kelvin up to 5500 degrees Kelvin, on HD and video actually appears a little too blue. Instead of buying Cinegel number 3202, I would actually recommend getting Cinegel number 3204, the half CTB. If you end up needing a full correction, the full 3200 to 5500, you can actually double this up and get your full correction. But it's a lot easier to put 2 pieces of half CTB onto your light source than it is to try to half a full CTB. When we're talking about color correction with regards to lighting, we're talking about CTBs, we're talking about CTOs. But one of the most frequently asked questions I get is, what's the difference between your CTO filters and your straw filters? Now, scientifically, they affect Kelvin exactly the same. So in that regard, there isn't really any scientific data that I can point to say, CTOs do this, straws do that. However, it's more of a subjective thing. The CTO is a much redder filter. It has more red in its amber. The CTS is a more yellow filter. It's got more yellow in the amber as opposed to red. So with the CTSs, you get more of an arid feeling, a more desolate feeling. Again, these are all subjective terms used to try to describe the color. Again, and it really has to do with the art that you're shooting, the shot that you're trying to get, as to which filter is going to be the best choice. When you're shooting on location, one of the most popular light sources in your location shots is going to be fluorescent lighting, namely cool white fluorescents. Now, cool white fluorescents are balanced to daylight. So if you go in there with a daylight source, such as an HMI, or you're using the natural light coming in through the windows, as far as Kelvin is concerned, they're balanced. However, one of the things that people often overlook when it comes to fluorescent lighting is the really nasty green spike that comes out of a fluorescent light. We've spent years figuring out what exactly that green color is, And then using our principles of color theory, we've determined the exact opposite of that green. The opposite of green in the lighting world is a magenta. And in regards to fluorescent, the exact opposite of the fluorescent green we manufactured into this minus green filter. So simply by placing this minus green filter onto your fluorescent light source, you can remove that nasty green spike and balance your light sources accordingly. However, if your location shot is, say, a bus station or a grocery store where there are hundreds of fluorescent lights in the shot, and you're walking in with your 2 HMI light sources or your 2 tungsten sources, it would be a lot easier if you could just correct your light sources rather than the hundreds of fluorescent sources in the ceiling. So while we were figuring out exactly what the green color was in that fluorescent, we created Rosco Cinegel Plus Green filters, a range of plus green filters that you can put on your studio lights to add the green back into it to make it match the fluorescence up above. Then all you have to do is remove it with either a white balance or a magenta filter in the camera, or you remove it in post. Having them all balanced in the first place makes that much easier. If you're shooting HD or video or any of the electronic media that's available out there now, the full plus green and full minus green filters are really an overcorrection. So again, like I recommended with the CTBs and CTOs, I would recommend the half plus green or the half minus green. Rosco Laboratories makes our filters using a patented deep dyed process. What that means is we take the clear polyester filter and we dunk it into a hot glycol bath. The hot glycol will open up the plastic molecules, and at that point we introduce a dye. So as the filter then is removed and cooled, the plastic actually closes up around the dye. So the plastic keeps them still, which means that they don't really move around as much. So as it fades, they're staying in the same place. With a coated filter, because there's nothing to keep it in place, the dye molecules begin to move around, they begin to blend with each other, and what happens when that occurs is that the Kelvin temperature will begin to change. Because Rosco is an American company and our Cinegel is made here in the United States, we've made it to the US standard for daylight, which is 5,500 degrees Kelvin. In Europe, the standard for daylight is actually a little bit lower. It's around 5,000 to 5,200 degrees Kelvin. So the other gel companies that use the coated method of filter, they're a European company, so they are actually slated to match the European standard rather than the US standard of 5,500 degrees Kelvin. Something to be aware of as you're making your gel choices. Diffusion. It's the most important decision you're going to make about the quality of your light source. As I said, Rosco's got a broad range of diffusions, ranging from very light and subtle to very heavy. The Rosco Cinegel swatch book, with the diffusions inside of it, is actually in order of the lightest to the densest. Starting with the lightest, we have our tough spuns. The heaviest tough spun is tough spun number 3006. Then the medium weight is light tough spun 3007. The lightest spun is quarter tough spun, number 3022. Tough spun you use because it's the lightest diffusion you can get. Because of its airiness, because of all the air gap in between the strands of polyester, it's a very light and subtle diffusion. If it has the word tough in the title, that means it's made out of polyester, which means that it has the same heat characteristics as our other polyester filters, such as the CTBs, CTOs. So in the case of tough spun, even though it looks quite fragile, believe you me, it is actually very heat stable and you can put it right against a tungsten source no matter how hot it may be. After the spuns, you'll come to the frost series, starting with tough frost, number 3008. Light tough frost, number 3009. Cinegel number 3010, opal tough frost, is our most popular diffuser. I believe it's because it's the most medium diffuser you can get. It's not too heavy, it's not too light. With the heavier gauge material, you'll actually end up getting more diffusion, which means less shadows, which means less sculpting with the light, but more wrapping around of your light source. Light opal tough frost, number 3020, is even one step beyond opal, so it is even lighter and has less of a coating on it, which means less diffusion. The next series of gels to talk about is our white series, the tough white diffusions. Starting with number 3026, more commonly known as 216, this is our second most popular diffusion. It is a heavier diffusion, gets rid of most of the shadows and softens up the light entirely. There is a range here going from the full tough white diffusion, number 3026, to the tough half-white diffusion, number 3027, down to the quarter tough white diffusion, 3028. 3026 is a heavier diffusion, which means it obliterates all the shadows, giving you a perfect soft even source. Perfect for use on PARs, which have no real sense of shaping the light, or any sort of open-face light source that you want to soften up. The thickest and densest diffusion available in our Tough series is number 3000, Tough Rolux. If you're looking for a polyester-based material with as much diffusion as you can, number 3000 is your choice. So like 3000 Tough Rolux, we also have a half version of that, number 3001, Light Tough Rolux. Some of our most popular diffusions come out of our grid cloth range. Here is the entire range. Grid cloth, which is the most dense diffusion you can get, whether it be based out of polyester or out of cloth. It will diffuse your light very evenly. Oftentimes this is sewn together and used in giant rags to diffuse the sunlight. However, the grid cloth line does have a heat-resistant coating put on it, so if you do want to put it in front of a light source, you can. However, I recommend getting a couple feet from your light source to the grid cloth. The most dense diffusion is number 3030, grid cloth. There is a medium diffusion, number 3032, light grid cloth, and a quarter diffusion, number 3034, quarter grid cloth. Because when they were sewing the grid cloth together into the larger rags, the heat-resistant coating that we put onto it made it a little bit more rigid and gave it a noise. So for those people who do want to sew it together into rags, we have what's called silent grid cloth. Number 3060, silent grid cloth, is the most dense. Number 3062 is the half version of the silent grids. And number 3064, which I don't have a sample for in this book, is a quarter version of it. You'll notice, though, that if the wind blows, there's no noise, hence the name silent grid cloth. Keeping in line with the silent grid cloths, we developed a line of other silent diffusion materials for those times when noise is a factor. The first one is 3029, Silent Frost. It is a soft, thick vinyl material that, as you can tell, makes no noise when rattled. The most popular out of this range, and my personal favorite diffusion period, is number 3014, Highlight. It's a clear material, doesn't affect the Kelvin temperature of the light source that you're shining through it, and has a beautiful effect, especially on sunlight. If you're doing an outdoor shot with sunlight, I highly recommend having a highlight butterfly made. What we can do for that is we ultrasonically weld this material together so the seams aren't visible at all. Another silent material is called Soft Frost. It's a thinner version of the Silent Frost. One of the other more popular vinyl materials that we make is called Half-Density Soft Frost. A lot of times this material is also referred to as shower curtain. It's a very popular diffusion because it's a very medium weight diffusion. Like Highlight, it doesn't affect the Kelvin temperature of the light source, and it's also light in weight, so easy to work with. The last two diffusions to go to are what we call tough silks. This is not to be confused with your silk fabric materials that you commonly use as a diffuser, but tough silks give you the ability to add a linear effect to your lighting. So if you're trying to take a light source and stretch it in a direction that you want it to go, that's where tough silk comes in handy. You can see the linear qualities of this plastic. That's what gives it its power to do what it does. Number 3046 and number 3047. The difference between Velvet Frost, Light Velvet Frost, and the other diffusions that are in the diffusion line already is Velvet Frost is made out of an embossed plastic rather than a coated plastic. Essentially, it's a sandblasted plastic rather than having a coating on it. What that means to you is the white coatings that are on all of the other coated diffusions warm up your Kelvin by 100 to 200 degrees. Velvet Frost, because it does not have that coating on it, won't affect your light source in such a manner. The other major difference is Velvet Frost is a much thicker plastic. It's 7 mils thick, as opposed to the 2 or 3 mils thick that the other diffusion filters in the Cinegel line are. Cinegel number 3026, brought in 2 or 3 feet in front of the light source, has a very dramatic effect on the overall quality of the light. It obliterates all the shadows and gives you a perfect soft field. Cinegel number 3026, when placed right at the light source, will soften your overall lighting effect while allowing the shadows to remain somewhat, although greatly softened. For film media, correcting to a 5500 degree Kelvin source might be important. I'll use Cinegel number 3202 full CTB, put it right in front of the light. That takes our 3200 source to 5500 degrees Kelvin. However, for HD or video, I find full correction sometimes is an overcorrection. So in this case, I'm going to place half CTB on the source, which for this HD shoot should be appropriate. Since I don't have a daylight source hanging on my rig today, I'm going to take this 3202, put it to my 3200 degrees source to convert it to a 5500 degrees source to show you what CTOs can do. So to reiterate, to take a 5500 degree source down to 3200, I won't use a full CTO. Full CTO takes you all the way down to 2700. It's an overcorrection. In the case of 5500 to 3200, what you really want to use is Rosco Cinegel number 3401, Rosco Sun 85. It will convert 5500 to 3200. Again, for HD, video, and other electronic media, I do recommend using a half correction instead of a full. So in this case, I'm going to apply Cinegel number 3408 to my 5500 degree source for the correction for this HD shoot. Here I have Cinegel number 3442, half straw. It will perform very similar to 3408 half CTO as far as Kelvin is concerned, but the overall look will be a drier, more arid feel. The difference between CTO and CTS is a subjective decision that you get to make. Cool white fluorescents are balanced to daylight, 5500 degrees. The only thing different between a cool white fluorescent and a standard daylight source, say daylight or an HMI fixture, is your daylight or HMI is not going to have the green that's present in your fluorescent fixtures. So using Cinegel plus green filters onto your existing studio lights will add that green in and allow you to remove it amongst all of the light, both the overhead fluorescents and your studio fixture. Again, I'm using a half plus green filter as opposed to a full plus green filter. Using a full plus green filter on this HD shoot would be an overcorrection. Even though I have fluorescence above my head in this particular space that we're in, I'm going to add full plus green to our created daylight source here to simulate a cool white fluorescent. That way it gives us absolute control over the source. Now that we've created our simulated cool white fluorescent using 3202 Rosco Cinegel full CTB on our 3200 source and Rosco Cinegel number 3315 half plus green, I'm going to use Cinegel half minus green to correct to turn it into a real daylight source. Available in the Cinegel line are a series of neutral density filters. Similar to neutral density filters for your camera, these are neutral density filters that you can use on light sources. So if you're in a space where you need to bring the overall level of the light down, but don't have the ability to control the source, neutral density filters come in handy. The most popular source that you would ever want to dim down is natural daylight coming in through a window. Because of that, we've actually made our neutral densities a little bit wider than the other filters that we make. Neutral densities come available 60 inches wide. Because we acknowledge the fact that there are 60-inch wide windows out there, you'll need a wider roll to accommodate those wider windows. First neutral density we'll cover is Cinegel number 3415, a 0.15 ND. This neutral density will lower the overall light level down by half a stop, meaning that you'll have to iris your camera up to accommodate the lower light level. We also have an N3, which will reduce the overall light level by 1 stop. That's Cinegel number 3402. Cinegel number 3403 is an N6. It will lower the overall light level down by 2 stops, because that is typically the overall overcorrection of a light coming in through the window. N6 is by far our most popular neutral density. And finally, Cinegel number 3404, N9, placed in front of the light source, lowering it down by 3 stops. When shooting out a window, the light coming in can be so overpowering that you don't have any really detail that's out there. That's what neutral density comes in handy with. Using Roscoe's new teleshade technology, I'm going to lower in an N6. With the N6 in, you should now be able to see detail out your window. One other advantage to neutral density is if you're using light coming in from a window, you could have a 500 watt HMI off to the side and really overpower it so that you have matching, amount of lights from one side to the other. However, in this case, we can use less wattage by putting an N6 into the window and using a 500 watt tungsten source that we've put a CTB on. Now it's a 200 watt source, and with the neutral density on the window, we're balanced. So to make the tungsten light balanced to the daylight coming in, we've got a full CTB on that is turning our 500 watt tungsten source into a 200 watt tungsten source. So if you already have your 500 watt tungsten source, that's a lot more economical for you because now you don't have to go and rent a lot of HMI lights to make it balanced to the existing daylight. In the Cinegel range, near the back, you'll find a series of reflective and bounce materials. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this ratty old cardboard box, and using some of my reflection materials, I'm going to turn this into a reflector. So I'll take some gaffer's tape, stick it flat to the cardboard box, and with this piece of, this small size of cardboard, I could probably make do with just 4 pieces. So I'll place the 3803 right onto my cardboard box, smooth it out, then take my scissors and trim it to fit. Voila, instant reflector. In the range of Rosco reflection materials, the most popular reflection material is number 3803, the same reflection material we use to make our impromptu reflector. It has a white vinyl on the back, which allows it to hold some more of its diffusive ripples. One of my personal favorites, however, is Featherflex SG, number 3812. It's got silver on one side and gold on the other. It's missing the vinyl backing, so it's not quite as bumpy or as diffusive as the 3803, but the fact that it has both colors, a silver and a gold. The gold is handy for warming up cool light sources or adding more of a warmer tint to your fill light. But the fact that this material has both the silver and the gold makes it a very handy tool to have around. Another nice thing about having the Featherflex 3812 SG with both the silver and the gold is you could cut up little squares. So let's say we're making our reflector again, but instead of having it all be silver, I'd have little, say, 3x3 squares of silver and gold, and I would checkerboard them in. And what that does is it kind of helps to take away some of the blue highlights that you get from some of the daylight sources or some of the other sources that you might be using. Warm it up just a touch to be useful on skin tones. Also in the reflection line is a material called spun silver. I really like this material because it has a really soft reflection on one side and a really nice bounce or white bounce on the other. So again, just like the Featherflex SG had the silver on one side and the gold on the other, this material is handy because it has a silver reflector on one side and a nice white bounce on the other. Number 3840, Cinebounce. It's got a white bounce side and a black negative fill side. So if you're trying to bounce the light, you can use the white side. The bounce attributes of this are very similar to foam core or beadboard, but without the natural fragility that you get with beadboard and foam core. On the other side, you've got the black, which can be used as a negative fill. If you've ever had that green kick that you get from bright sunlight bouncing off the grass, so throw down some Cinebounce with the black side up, and then unroll it, and it'll cover up that green spill you've got from your green grass. Another range of filters that Rosco has developed is called CalColor. Cal stands for calibrated. The colors developed for the CalColor series are pure colors. So we have pure primary colors and pure secondary colors. What that means is that I've got reds, greens, blues, and cyans, yellows, and magentas all in steps. So we have a 15 blue, a 30 blue, 60 blue, 90 blue, and 15, 30, 60s, and 90s in all of the other colors. CalColor number 4215, 15 blue. CalColor number 4230, 30 blue. 4230 is exactly twice the amount of blue as 4215. It's the exact same blue, just twice the density. 4260, CalColor 60 blue. CTB is exactly what is an exact Kelvin correction. So the laboratories determined what blue we needed to use to correct from 3200 up to 5500. This, on the other hand, is the exact blue that was used in film emulsion. So in a film emulsion, this is a perfect pure blue, as opposed to the blue light of a daylight source. Blue screen, as far as video and film is concerned, is a pure blue. So whenever you're lighting a blue screen, you want a pure blue to light it with. Hence, CalColor blue would be a perfect blue to put on your tungsten sources when lighting a blue screen. CalColor 4290, 90 blue. CalColor 15 cyan, number 4315. The CTBs have a tendency to have a little bit of red in them. The opposite of red is cyan. So if you skinned up this 15 cyan along with the CTB that was giving you a problem, the 15 CalColor cyan, number 4315, would pull all that red out. If we wanted to take a tungsten source and match it to cool white fluorescent, you'll notice that when we did that earlier, we added a half plus green and the CTB, we got a real cyan looking color. Well, in this case, we can actually add, say, a 4330 cyan to the light to get that color without doing two gels. If the 30 is not enough, again, it's the same exact cyan, so try putting the 60 on, and maybe that will be the color that you're looking for instead. Moonlight reads at a Kelvin of 10,000 degrees. So you would want to use the Rosco Cinegel number 3220 to get to the 10,000 degrees. However, the one thing about Moonlight is it also has a lot of cyan in it. So adding CalColor number 4390 to the 3220 will get you the Kelvin temperature that you desire, along with the realistic look of the cyan added in. CalColor number 4415, 15 green. Added to a light source adds just a little bit of green. One of the most frequently asked questions I get is what's the difference between CalColor green and your plus green? Remember, the plus green was the green that we developed to be exactly the green that comes out of a fluorescent. This is the green that is exactly the pure green that your camera or film is looking for. Just as CalColor blue was the perfect color to light up your blue screen, CalColor green is also the perfect color to use to light up your green screen. Again, the systems are looking for pure blues, pure greens. That's what CalColor is a pure blue and pure green. So if you think about what's happening, white light hitting the green wall and bouncing the green light back, if all you hit the wall with to begin with is pure green, then you're going to get a much purer green bouncing back into your equipment. I recommend using CalColor number 4430 on your lights to light up your green screen. If you're lighting your green screen with more powerful sources and have the light to lose, you can use CalColor number 4460, CalColor 60 green, to light up your green screen. CalColor number 4490, 90 green, darkest green in the system. CalColor number 4515, 15 yellow. Yellows are comprised of red and green. Now, a lot of the other yellows that are involved in the other swatch books that are out there, ours included, is a lot of them have either just a touch too much red or a touch too much green. It's a very difficult color to match. When you're looking at CalColor yellow, it's a pure yellow, balanced right smack in the middle. Not too much red, not too much green. CalColor 4530, 30 yellow. CalColor 4560, 60 yellow. CalColor 4590, 90 yellow. CalColor number 4615, 15 red. CalColor 4630, 30 red. CalColor 4660, 60 red. What's interesting about CalColor is, especially the red, when you look at it to the naked eye, it doesn't look like a very red filter at all. It looks particularly orange, actually. However, whenever you put it onto camera and you look at it on monitor or you develop your film, it really comes across as a really pure red. This is 4690, CalColor 90 red. CalColor number 4715, 15 magenta. Like I talked about with the greens, the green CalColors are pure greens as opposed to the green of a plus green in the Cinegel world. Same thing with the magentas. The minus greens, if you remember, are also magenta, but they are the exact opposite of the green that's coming out of your fluorescent tubes. This magenta is actually a pure magenta, meant to be the opposite of the pure green in your RGB signal. This is CalColor number 4715, 15 magenta. CalColor number 4730, 30 magenta. CalColor 4730, one of the uses that I know of is a director of photography wanted everything in the background to go green. So what he did is he dropped a CC green filter into the camera, which sent everything green. Dropped his 4730 right in front of the source, lighting the actor, so used it as his key light. The actor then went normal, and everything else in the background went green. CalColor 4760, 60 magenta. You can also do that, with electronic media. You can do that trick real easily by white balancing to, say, the magenta that I'm throwing up on that white wall. You can white balance to that, and then that will send everything else green, remove the filter, and just make sure you light whatever your key subject is in that magenta filter, and it will balance out just great. So in particular for those Mars shots, that's where CalColor Cyan could come in real handy. You light and white balance to, say, the 90 cyan, that will send everything red. All of a sudden you're on Mars. Just light your talent in the same cyan that you white balance to, and your talent will be in white light, normalized light, while everything else in the background is red. This is CalColor 4790, 90 magenta. To round out the CalColor range, we also came up with two tertiary colors, pink and lavender, available in 15, 30, 60, and 90 steps. The other nice thing about CalColor is because the colors are calibrated to work with each other, you as an artist can actually create your own colors in a calibrated sense. For instance, I have a cinematographer who uses CalColor 15 green and 30 red. He puts these two together, and this is the color that he uses to light his talent. It's an interesting choice. Now, I don't know if I agree with it or disagree with it. However, the thing I like to note about it is that this cinematographer, using CalColor, created his own color. For several years now, Roscoe has been manufacturing a line of paints, particularly, for use in chroma key and keying solutions. Within the past few years, we've come out with a range called DigiComp. It's good for digital keying. It's got a really bright source with a high reflectance value, making it very easy to key off of. And the other advantage is we have a fabric, gaffer's tape, paint, and now an aircraft cable that you can use to fly either scenery or actors in front of the green screen or blue screen. That way you don't have to spend hours in front of a monitor in post removing all the black cables. So now we have our DigiComp green piece of fabric hung on the wall, and we're lighting it with 3200 degree Kelvin light source. 3200 degree Kelvin light source has a lot of blue and a lot of red in it. What that means is we're getting a lot of blue and red noise bouncing off that green screen. If we put the CalColor green, number 4430, in front of the tungsten source, what we're doing is eliminating all of that blue and red noise and just hitting the green screen with a pure green to reflect back into the equipment. You actually need less light. So that means less light sources, less dimmers, less power runs. You can light your green screen with less light if you have the appropriate color in front of it. The Roscoe DigiComp materials are available in both blue and green. With regards to the fabric, we use a medium weight muslin with a coating on it as opposed to dyeing it. Dyed materials have a tendency to have dye batches. So you might notice that one piece of a dyed material right next to another piece of the same color dyed material might be a slightly different color. That's because they were made in different dye baths. By using a coating rather than a dye, we have much more control over the exact color that we're putting onto the fabric, and we have a lot less problems with the different colors matching. Should you find yourself in this situation where, let's say you painted your wall with DigiComp green fabric, but somebody ordered a different kind of digital green fabric to come into your space, so the two colors don't exactly match, that's another way that CalColor can come in and help you match the two colors up. By lighting it with a consistent primary green, the Cal color will actually help the Digicom painted wall match the other DigiGreen fabric that's hanging in the space. What should I use, blue or green? A lot of different determining factors. A good rule of thumb, if you're shooting in HD video or in electronic media, you should choose green. It's the more sensitive of the colors. Other considerations are wardrobe. So if you're shooting something that has a lot of blue jeans in it, you want to shoot green. If you're shooting something, say, that's in a junglescape or something of that nature, where there are a lot of trees and a lot of things that are green involved, you might lean more towards the blue screen. When looking through a Rosco swatch book, you'll notice that there are curves and data behind the gels. Those are called SED curves. The best way to read that curve is to look through the filter at the page behind it. The page behind the filter is the information for the filter on top. So in the case of number 378 here, Alice Blue, the page right behind the filter is the information page for this gel. The spectral energy distribution curve behind it shows us all the different colors that are present in this gel. The way to read an SED curve is from left to right, starting with infrared over here on the left, moving into reds and oranges and yellows and greens, then into your blues and into your violets, and then eventually into ultraviolet. So you can tell by looking at this spectral energy distribution curve that we're looking at a filter that is very rich in red and very rich in blue and violet colors, mixing together to get us number 378, Alice Blue. One other piece of information you'll find on the slip sheet is the transmission value. So in the case of number 378, Alice Blue, you'll see it has a transmission of 15%. What that means is that the overall light level that is coming out will be 15% of what once went in. So 100% hits the filter absorbs 85%, allowing 15% transmission to go through. We have primarily been focusing in on Rosco's Cinegel color correction filter line. We have a broader range of colors, also known as party colors, in our Rosco Lux line. These are the colors that we've developed primarily for theatrical and live event purposes, but we have a much broader range of colors available in this swatch book. While you can tell that the Rosco Lux line is a much greater line of gels, you need to be aware that some of the filters that we make in the Rosco Lux line are available only 2 feet wide. So if you're working with wider gel frames, such as a 3-foot or 4-foot wide gel frame, you'll need to know that the filter that you choose needs to come from the Cinegel swatch book, not the Rosco Lux book, because some of the filters that you choose here may be only available 2 feet wide. To accomplish the blue lighting you see in the background of our shots, what we made was a Rosco sleeve, which is a protective tube stuffed with any color of Rosco filter you choose. In this case, we went with Rosco Lux number 68. Stuffed it into a T8 sleeve and put it up onto the fluorescents. This is also a handy tool to know about if you happen to need to gel the fluorescent tubes with, say, a green. These tubes are custom made to order. However, we can make out hundreds usually in a day, so don't be afraid to order them. They're available from any Rosco dealer. Rosco has a product called Cinefoil. It's essentially aluminum foil coated in a matte black finish. What its purpose is to utilize in removing any sort of light spill. You can put it in front of lights to cast shadows. You can put it around lights to shape the beam. If you're trying to create, say, like a top hat effect for your lights. If you don't have barn doors, you can use it as makeshift barn doors for your fixtures. It's just a good tool to have around because you never know when there might be light coming in from somewhere that you might want to remove. So one thing you can think about doing is, for instance, when we were using this Lico earlier, if we didn't like the size of the beam, I could cut this out, fold it in half, and cut an aperture into this that I could then put into the Lico, and now we have a much tighter beam spread. Cinefoil is available in 3 dimensions. We have 1 foot by 50 foot, we have 2 foot by 25 foot, and we also have 4 foot by 25 foot. We also have another series called Photofoil. Still the same material as the Cinefoil, but this is 1 foot and 2 foot available in 10-foot sections. Good for smaller packs, smaller shoots, places where you might not need quite as much foil.
Hi there. My name is Carl Horn. I'm the founder and president of Cinetech. We specialize in manufacturing professional camera accessories for the film and video pro. Our product line includes matte boxes, follow-focus units, handheld supports, brackets, monitor mounts, and so on. This is our newest follow-focus system. It's the Titanium SL. It's very strong and super lightweight. We use aircraft aluminum, titanium components, and stainless steel parts. It's got some very unique features. One of it is the detachable scale blade. It's very easy to come off, easy to clean, acetone resistible. Another unique feature is our clip stop. You can set the final focus stop, and this way you do not go past infinity and all your focus marks will return. We attached a LED light to the top of the scale knob. If you turn it on, it will light up the upper part of the scale blade. This gives you easy reading for your focal marks. Our adjustable swing arm easily swings out. You swing it in, engage it into the lens gear, and clamp it. The unit comes with a flexible focus rod, which you can mount into your follow focus. This allows you to pull focus from the opposite side. By snapping in the focus rod into the follow focus unit, if you want to pull focus from the back of the camera, you simply pop in the focus rod to the rear of the follow focus unit, and this way you can pull focus behind the operator or from your tripod handle. Simply pop it in. The hand grip attachment mounts to your tripod handle. The other end of the focus rod you connect to your hand grip attachment. And you are able to pull focus from your tripod handle. You're also able to put your focus rod into the scale knob. This way you extend your knob a little bit out and you're not too close to the camera or to the operator. The drive gear is driven by a belt which is adjustable, and because of the belt we eliminate any play in the follow focus unit. The end of the swing arm, you can take the drive gear off, mount it from one side of the swing arm to the other side of the swing arm. Follow focus drive gears come in different sizes and in 3 different pitches. What you see here is we call the film pitch, small size, medium size, or large size. This would be Canon, and this is Fujinon. This covers any professional lens out in the industry. Focus rods come in different lengths. Standard size is 6 to 7 inches. Next one up 10 inches. They go all the way up to 36 inches, or all the way down to the short coupling here. This useful tool is called a speed crank. It easily pops into your focus knob, and it will enable you to pull focus very quick, very fast, very accurate. Besides the plastic, the standard plastic focus knobs, we also offer a variety of wood grains as maplewood, coca-cola, teak, and others. This gives it a nice feel for the camera assistant to pull your accurate focus. So what you just saw in the demonstration is our standard 50mm lightweight follow focus. Besides the lightweight follow focus, we also offer the 50mm bridge plate follow focus system for full-size film or video cameras, and the 19mm rod follow focus system. This is our 50mm bridge plate rod follow focus system. 19mm bridge plate rod follow focus system. One new feature on our follow focuses is the snap-on version. This way you can put the follow focus on your support rods without removing the mat box. A new clamping mechanism locks the follow focus positive in place. This is the way you mount the follow focus to your support rods. Slide it on. Line up the drive gear with the lens gear. Lock your follow focus and engage your swing arm. Lock the swing arm. And you're ready to go. What you see here is the Cinetech 4-stage swing-away mat box system. It holds two filters horizontal, either 4x4 or 4x5.6. One filter stage is rotatable 360 degrees. In the back of the mat box, we have a bellow. The bellow pops out easily and holds another filter. Filter size is 4.5 inch or 138mm round. It's usually used as a polarizer. We remove the retaining ring. Take your filter, just pop it in. Put the retaining ring back on. Your filter is mounted in the bellow. The bellow pops into the back of the mat box. The front of the mat box, it's got a very wide shade. This allows you to use wide-angle lenses without vignetting. On the bottom of the mat box, a swing-away hinge is mounted. This allows you to swing out the mat box if you have to change lenses without taking the mat box off. Easily swing it back and you're ready to go. This is how you mount your mat box. The swing-away mechanism allows you to swing out the mat box without taking it off. It makes the changes of lenses very quick and very easy. You can rotate the bellow, and individually you can rotate your filter stage for your grad filter. This is another useful attachment for the mat box we call hard mats. You want to eliminate extra light, unwanted light hitting your lens or your filtered rays. So easily just pop on the hard mat in front of the shade, and the extra light is not able to hit your filters or your lenses. We offer two filter sizes, 4 by 5.6 or 4 by 4.
Hi, my name is Frieder Hochheim. 20 years ago, working as a gaffer in Hollywood, lights didn't exist that I needed to work with, so I designed them. Join me today as we look at the world of KinoFlow.
Hi, I'm Tom Jacob, sales rep for KinoFlow Incorporated. I'm here to show you some great stuff about our product line today. Let's go have a look. The first thing I'd like to show you is the 4x4 bank. This is probably our most widely used fixture worldwide, and it starts with something that you want to be aware of, and that is select lighting. In other words, these fixtures operate with individual lamp selection to be able to adjust your output. It originally started as an expendable. It was made out of paper, if you can believe that, and it was designed to be able to hammer or tape, if you will, onto a wall or anywhere on a set that was unable to really fit a soft light in. And then you would throw away the fixture and reuse the lamps and harnesses later. It eventually evolved into cardboard, different types of plastics, and eventually into this polycarbonate fixture we have today, which has a lot of durability and longevity. And it's come from people like yourselves in the industry that have given us the kind of feedback that we needed to make it a better product. If you lower the temperature of a lamp by dimming it down, it can become warmer because the green content will then dissipate and become more magenta. And adversely, if you overheat the lamp, which I will show you later, is that it will start to go green. Your green will actually increase, which is something we're constantly dealing with, not just with fluorescent sources, but all lighting sources. We're using minus greens and plus greens to try to balance that color correction. What makes KinoFlow so unique is that we have found a way to balance the lamp without gelling it, without plus or minus green. It actually is balanced from the tube within by calculating the phosphors for different color temperatures. Therefore, when you turn on the light, it actually is already there at that temperature, so you know what you're getting, tungsten or daylight, and it takes usually maybe 1 to 2 minutes to warm up to its optimum temperature, but for the most part, once you're live on stage and you've got everything up and it's warmed up, you will hit that balanced color temperature, which is critical in filming today. One of the great things about the 4x4 bank is it makes your work look sensational. The whole KinoFlow line is really designed to make your life easier, make your work faster and more accurate, and take some of the guesswork out of it. Many people that really don't have a lot of background in lighting and film don't necessarily know how to correct a lamp or how to light for a certain look. And what I try to do is let them know that, first of all, the KinoFlow is one of many tools. It's a great tool, mind you, but it's not the universal tool. You really need to know what you're trying to capture when you decide how you're going to light a particular set. But the KinoFlow line has augmented to a level where you can do pretty much anything now. One thing I can tell you about the 4x4 bank, and here's a story if you remember, is one of the great DPs of our industry, Russell Carpenter, who is the Oscar winner for Titanic, came in here a few weeks ago telling us that he was starting to do a lot of stills, perhaps still life, fruit, flowers, things like that. And he was being complimented on his work so much that he was, finally asked, "How do you light this? What are you doing?" He goes, "I put a 4 bank here, I put a 4 bank here, and then I roll." So there's a perfect example of what we can do for you. But again, you need to know a little bit more about the product, and that's what I'm here to tell you, is to kind of go through the detail of what you would work with, whether it's a select lighting, a dimmable product, or perhaps into our TV production lighting, which is a lot more powerful and bright. It is very easy to describe. It is a 4-foot 4 bank. We make a series of sizes. We make from 15-inch all the way up to 8 foot. That'd be 15-inch, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot, 6 foot, and 8 foot. And we make single, double, and 4 bank. And they're identified just by their size and how many tubes they are. A 2-foot double is a 2-foot long 2-lamp fixture. A 4-foot 4-bank is a 4-foot long 4-bank fixture, and so on. So it's easy to identify, easy to translate from one person to another, we hope. We try to make our terminology simple so that it makes it easier for you to find the right thing you're looking for. What I'm going to show you is a 4-foot 4-bank because the system is standard through the single, double, and 4-bank and through all the sizes. So this design will, just by one, will tell you how all of our select lighting works in a nutshell. So we've got 4 lamps here, and at this point I've got there's some components that create the total of a fixture, and that would be the fixture housing, the reflector, the lamp, and then finally the louver, which is on the outside, and that's used to control the light. One characteristic of soft light is it's not as easy to cut like hard light. You can put a cutter or some sort of block and you can cut it like a knife. With soft light, the issue is controlling. That's the terminology used, and that is to keep it from spreading everywhere, because soft light does do that. It tends to spread and actually bend, whereas hard light is more defined and rigid by nature. And so what we use is a louver to control that. The fixture housing is the polycarbonate housing now, and it has reinforced ends, and it also has rivets in it so that you can actually put a nail through it without putting it through the fixture. This housing has most recently been updated with a flex tubing. It actually has copper within the flex tubing. When it first was designed, it actually had just copper wire, but we found it would kink out over time and wouldn't last as long as we had hoped it would. So now we have an actual silver conduit, which is a flex tubing. It allows you some rigidity of movement so you can tilt it back or open and it'll stay there. Also, the reflector has holes in it which has small clips, is where your lamps clip into. And of course, the lamps being the most important component of this fixture, we have several color temperatures, primarily though daylight 5500. That's why this end cap is blue, so it easily identifies it as a daylight tube. This is the 2900 Kelvin lamp, indicated by the red ring. This is the 3200 Kelvin lamp, also tungsten, indicated by the gold ring. These are to make it easily identifiable once it's in the fixture, especially when the fixture is off, so you don't have to pull any of the components off to see what light it is. You can just look through the louver or at the end of the fixture and see what color lamp it is. The last component of the fixture is the louver, and also a very important component in that it helps to control the light. Without a louver, the soft light will spill everywhere, top, bottom, left, and right. What the louver does is then bring that light in so it's not spilling all over the set where you might have a second camera, you might have some other reflective instruments perhaps, or you just need the set dark in the background or sides. Attached to the harness is our 4-bank cable. Now we have different color cables for the different lamps, meaning we have a yellow for the 4-bank, we have a red for the double, and a green for the single. Not that it's necessary to memorize those, but this will be a 4-bank cable, and that, of course, couples directly to the 4-bank harness. The lamp harness has 4 individual cables, one to each lamp, and they're shortened to the length so that each one only goes to one lamp. This way you won't have any confusion of which one goes where. You can see there's a shorter one for the first, then it goes to yellow, and then black, and finally to blue. And each one is cut to length to match that particular lamp, so it makes it easier for you to figure out what order they go in. The harness is then attached to a 4-bank extension cable. It's always recommended when you disconnect to turn off the power source, so it's always important to turn your ballast off first. So I'll turn off the lights one at a time, and now I can disconnect the harness. It just has a coupling ring, very easy to unscrew. It's a 16-pin cable, and it also has a keyway, which makes it easier when you do reconnect, so that it would then reconnect very simply. So now I'm going to show you the mounting system for the 4-foot 4-bank. This is an Omni mount, and it's our newest design. It's what we call the universal mount. It's because the same mount is used for our single, double, and 4-bank systems, and that would be up to the 4-foot size. We have different style for our larger fixtures, which I'll show you later. But you notice it has 4 capture points. It also has a pin. The idea is that it has much more grabbing power when you put it on the fixture. And then lastly, it has a ball joint Omni mount on the back, which allows you then to put the fixture in any orientation you wish, when it's on a stand or hung overhead. This particular stem, 3/8 inch stem, is designed to work on a grip head, so you can put it on a stand or C-stand. It's knurled, so it gives it a good grip on the stand end, and of course then you'll be able to manipulate its direction by just opening up the Omni mount and then locking it down. Be careful though, you don't open this too far. It's actually spring loaded. If you open it too far, once it de-springs, it's not easy to get back together. So just loosen it enough so you can get it loose to correct the direction of your fixture and then lock it down tight. So this is the standard mount that comes with all of the 4x4 banks. However, we do have a variation of other mounts, and that is available by request. One of those mounts is the baby receiver. As you notice, it's got about 100-degree angle on the arm, but it has a 5/8 baby receiver on the end. Therefore, you can take a grip head off of a C-stand and mount it directly onto the top of the stand. Or one of the most important things would be to hang the fixture off of a Mayfer or any other type of clamp that has a baby spud. This will then slide onto it and lock into place and give you a good solid grip for hanging the fixture overhead. You notice these have the same Omni mount ball joint. So essentially you could actually use one mount and just take the ball out and switch to the other mount that you wish to use. And therefore you don't have to carry several mounts, and you just tighten it back up. Or there's other shorter versions of the baby mount we have for straight down rigging. So always check and see what type of mount you need so you have the right thing for the application you're using it for. The early version of the 4x4 bank had a mount that simply uses plastic pins, and it would just snap in by pushing the pins down. What we found over time is they would wear out and get loose and could risk the fixture falling. So this new universal mount was developed, and as you can see, it has the 4 grooved holes for your locks to interface with, and then it has a pin. You can just turn it to the right and snap it into place. It's very tight and sturdy. When you're ready to remove it, all you do is pull the plunger to remove it from the pin, turn it to the left, it comes right off. One of the small items that is attached to the mount plate, which is asked quite frequently, is what these small wire bands are for. And those are simply for safety chains. Even though the fixtures are fairly light, we still want to be safe on set. So always try to use a safety chain when rigging. As you can see, these are different variations of the 4-bank I've been talking about, and to show you the consistency of the system throughout our line of select systems. This is a 2-foot single fixture, and below that is a 2-foot double. As I said, is describing its length and how many lamps it has. One of the things you'll notice right away is the color of the tubes. These are probably going to appear a little more orange to you because these are tungsten balanced. However, if you white balance your camera to that source, it will look normal under regular circumstances. So what I can show you briefly though is that this looks a little warmer than the 2-bank because this has a 29 Kelvin lamp, 2900 Kelvin, which you can see has the red band on it, so it's easy to identify. Then below this I've got the 3200 Kelvin tungsten. So the red is slightly warmer and designed that way to integrate with other lighting sources, which I'll talk to you a little more later when we go over lamps. These are then, of course, if you look further down, are all attached to our various ballasts that we use for each fixture. So now that we've gone over all the fixtures, we can see how these are being operated from a ballast. Now, one thing important with fluorescent lamps, you must have a ballast to strike the lamp. We've got the single and double and 4 banks, and they're all controlled by these select ballasts down here. We have the single ballast. As you can see, it has select right on it. Then we have the double select ballast, which of course lights 2 lamps, and then the 4-bank select. As I said before, in order to change your output, you would then switch one lamp on or off at a time. And that allows you to change your output as well as your spread and continue the color balance that you started out with. All of our ballasts operate at 24 kilohertz. The reason for that is it's a very high frequency and it keeps it out of the range of a normal 60 hertz pattern, which creates flicker. And that's very critical when you're shooting film. The 24 kilohertz is, by comparison, such a high frequency that not only does it allow us to have flicker-free operation at all film speeds, but it also allows for absolutely dead quiet operation when you're shooting sound. The other significant thing about our ballast, which is very key, is their high output. A typical fluorescent 4-foot tube is a 40-watt lamp. all our ballasts overdrive those lamps to 75 watts. Now typically that would drive any standard fluorescent lamp way into the green spectrum, but what we've done is corrected that so that you have a good high output, balanced soft light from our fluorescent system. Normal household current being 60 hertz creates a problem for camera when you're shooting and you try to speed up your shutter, for instance. You will then notice a flicker. You actually will pick up the movement of the lamp, the oscillation. And this is where having our systems at 24 kilohertz plays such an important role, because it allows it to be flicker free at all speeds. You'll never see that kind of flicker that you would off a typical 60 hertz household current. And it also is absolutely silent running. Okay. And here we have a 4'4" bank that's rigged overhead on a Minimax stand. And you can see that it's using the baby receiver arm, in this case, instead of a 3/8 pin, so it can be mounted on a standard arm such as this that allows you to hang the fixture overhead. On some of our earlier ballast designs, the technology wasn't available for us to make instant on and off systems. So what would happen is if you would have a disconnect somewhere along the system, whether it be on the ballast or the lamp would go out or someone disconnected a lamp cable, not only would the ballast turn off, but then it would latch up for 7 seconds. So if you reconnected, the ballast would appear like it was operating, but it wouldn't actually turn back on for 7 seconds, which was making people think that the ballast was defective. Now, with current technology, we've been able to rectify that. Now, if there's a disconnect, what happens is it actually turns on and off instantly. There's no delay. However, the ballast is still electronically protected. What's happening is the ballast is still latching up, but with microtechnology, it happens in just a flash. So therefore, you don't realize that the ballast is actually restarting, but instantaneously. One of the advantages of the 4-bank select system is that instead of using a 4-bank fixture, I can actually split this off and use 2 double fixtures or 4 single fixtures. And there's a 4-bank to single splitter right here. So what I would do is shut off the ballast first, and I can disconnect the 4-bank cable and reconnect with a splitter. Now, instead of a 4-bank, I've got 4 single bank connections. And I can either go direct to 4 single fixtures, or I can put up to 75 feet of cable between here and the fixture, or I can go to even single harnesses. You can put up to 75-foot run on these ballasts to your fixture. So you can either run 75 feet of 4-bank cable and put a splitter on the end of it, or you can put a splitter right on the ballast and run 75 feet of single cable in any direction and take a 4-bank and completely split it apart in 4 units. They interface this way. You would take a typical 25-foot cable and then plug them into each other and daisy chain them up to 75 feet. You can do this with a single, double, or 4-bank. This way you can either run them straight to the fixture, or in case you're using a splitter, you can run the cables from the ballast and put the splitter on the end of your run. Here is a single harness, basically just a cable with our connectors and 1 single plug. This then connects onto one end of your single splitter. Once that's connected, now I can illuminate 1 lamp at a time. This allows me to run up to 4 singles or 2 doubles off the same 4-bank ballast. All of our fixtures have a harness, whether it be single, double, or 4-bank. In this case, I have a single harness, just for demonstration to show you how a harness will attach to each lamp. The clamp has a 2-sided plunger that you push together and lift the connector off, and then just easily to replace whichever lamp you want to do and put the harness back on. Our select ballasts run everything from 15-inch up to a 4-foot fixture. However, if you're going to go bigger than that with a 6-foot or an 8-foot KinoFlow, you'll need this ballast, the Mega Ballast. It will run either the 6-foot or the 8-foot. You can tell by the cable it's very, very large, but this is a Mega 4-bank. Works exactly the same as our select ballast. We have individual lamp selection, and it also has a switch. In this case, it's marked high output, standard output, because we're not putting anything shorter than a 6-foot lamp on here. Therefore, it can be calibrated to the same for both. And it will keep you within a color correct range at either level. So that's important to know. If you have a standard output, you can kick it up to the higher output and get maximum output out of your fixture. This is the Mega 8-foot fixture. As you can see, it has the exact same design as our single, double, and 4-banks. But in this case, it's our Mega length fixture. We make them in 6-foot or 8-foot, and they come in single, double, and 4-bank variations. This is the mount for our mega fixtures, meaning the 6 or 8 foot. The big difference is it's a junior pin instead of a baby, so it has to be much heavier duty for the weight. And also, it's a much larger omni mount because of the size and trying to keep balance with the fixture that big. One thing I want to point out is this hollow opening is just for weight purposes. It is not a baby adapter. Sometimes people will get that confused. It's important to know that this must be mounted on a junior clamp or a junior stand. The other thing is the way this tightens. This actually is a ratchet. It's similar to some of our product. Instead of just a regular twist butterfly, this is a ratchet arm, which you actually have to lift off, relocate, and lock in, and then turn. And then you would pull, turn, engage, and twist. And that's how you tighten or loosen this particular mount. This is the Flathead 80. It's an 8-lamp KinoFlow fixture. There's a lot of significant difference to this is it has a aluminum housing as opposed to the polycarbonate housing that our other fixtures have had that I've been showing you. This also has a chrome grid on it. This grid is supposed to allow more light transmission versus the black louver. However, with more critical measurements, we've found that they're relatively the same, but they do have a mirror effect that spread the light in different ways and give you a little bit different spread. This fixture right now has 2900 Kelvin tungsten lamps in it, and the camera is balanced for daylight. That's why it looks a little orange to you right now. Once I switch the camera, now you can see that it goes back to its normal white color because the camera's balanced to that level. So now I'll show you the other side of the Flathead. You can see it has a carry handle built onto it to make it easy to move around set. It's got the heavy-duty junior mount, very similar, in fact exactly the same as the Megas. And then it's run by the same select 4-bank ballast that we use for our typical 4-foot 4-bank. The significance here is that it's very lightweight and it's got a big powerful source that you can move around set, and the ballasts aren't attached to the fixture, so it's lightweight and easy to use. This is the blanket light, pretty much our largest fixture we manufacture. It's designed for a very large soft source to just literally blanket a set with light, used a lot in commercials for instance, cars, motorcycles, or even in feature films when they're lighting maybe a big dining table where they want just nice soft coverage everywhere on set. And then of course you bring in your side play lights additional to that. This particular one has a Light Tools louver on it. And once again, the louver is used to control the light, give a little more direction as opposed to just flooding the room completely. But you have that option to use it on or take it off if that's what you want to do. It snaps together very easily. It comes in a kit with 3 cases so that you can literally put it together yourself in about maybe 30 minutes. The blanket itself is a very large harness consistent with all the other lights that we make. It's a 16 lamp system, and all the lamps are 6 feet. And because they're 16, that would take 4 4-bank ballasts to operate. And because, again, they're 6 feet long, we use our mega ballast for these. Therefore, this gives you that individual lamp control again, no color shift, and you can bring in 1 up to 16 lamps, and then, of course, you can maybe skip a lamp here or there, go odd, even lamps, however you want to do it to create different light levels and create a very nice soft coverage. Very easy to put together. As I said, the blanket comes out of the case, hangs over the frame, which snaps together. Then you put your diffusion or your reflector or your silk or your louver, and ultimately finish off the fixture so it's completely giving the coverage that you're after. Then of course you have 4 cables that interconnect down to the ballast, which are in a separate box that hangs from one of the stands you would set up to mount this. Or on the floor, if you will. The case holds 4 ballasts. You can use either standard mega ballasts, or we now have the DMX mega ballast, which allows you that advantage of running it from a remote light board with DMX control. Here I'm going to show you all of our lamps that we make exclusively for the KinoFlow line. Of course, they can be used in other systems, but the True Match lamps, as you see here, are really the nucleus of the KinoFlow system. This is where it all started. This is these balanced lamps that are designed by calculating the phosphors from within the lamp without having to use a gel and presetting them for 2900 Kelvin, which is indicated by the red ring, as we've talked about, 3200 Kelvin, which has a gold, and daylight 55, which is blue. This is the basic T12 lamp that's used through our single double 4 bank from 15-inch up to the 8-footers. One of the things we've incorporated in developing these lamps for use on production is the safety coating. And let me show you how we do that. This is a plastic shield, and it's designed so that when you're on set, if you drop it and it shatters or explodes, the lamp shards will stay within this safety coating. And one of the most important things of that is the boot. It's booted very, very tight, because we found in previous designs that boot can actually fly off, or the end caps can actually fly off and explode. So we want to make sure it stays within this envelope so that everyone's safe and you can handle these, regularly without any safety, concerns. The other thing, which is a side note of this safety sleeve, is it actually blocks harmful UV. So if you ever do a shoot in a museum where they have rare tapestries or print art or any fine art, fine painting, if you will, that is normally not allowed to have regular photography and flash photography, you can use these in those situations. To give you an overview of all the lamps that we manufacture right now for our products, of course, the most widely used is our T12 lamp. That would go in our 15-inch up to 8-foot lamps, and they're known as a T12. They're about 1.5 inches in diameter, safety sleeved. The only time that these lamps are not safety sleeved is by request. If you have perhaps an image series that's going into a TV studio that's going to stay permanently installed, you don't necessarily have to have the safety sleeve, because the lamps aren't being taken in and out as frequently as you are on production. From there, we go to the second, probably most common light, is our compact lamp. And if you notice, all these are trademarked as True Match, so you'll see our label on all of these. This is used in the Diva Light series. It's also used in the Parabeam series. They're 55 watts, and that's how they're powered through those systems. And of course, they're dimmable. Now, these are not safety sleeved for the very same reason. They don't come in and out of the fixture very often. The standard T12s are the ones that are really being handled more frequently. And then from there, we go to some of our smaller stuff. We've got the mini flow lamp, which is from our 9 or 12-inch fixture, which is our car kit. And then we have our very, very tiny micro flow lamps, and these are about the size of a pencil. The only difference is the length. We have 100 millimeter and 150 millimeter. And these come in a 3200 Kelvin or a 5500 Kelvin temperatures. We also have them in green and blue for chroma key. The mini flow lamps come in 2900 and 5500 Kelvin temperatures, and so do the Diva lamps. I'm showing you these first because those are the more commonly used lamps that are out there in our systems. The newer products that we're coming out with now would be the T8 lamp, and these are really designed to go in a installation that's already existing. We make them in 3200 Kelvin or 5500 Kelvin, and you would just acquire these to put in existing fluorescent fixtures in a location. And they are not safety coated, and the only thing you have to worry about is that you won't have the high output that you would normally have through our ballast. You'll get whatever standard output that fixture is putting out, which is, I believe, 30 watts on this type of lamp. And then lastly, probably second to last, is the new VistaBeam lamp. This is a twin T7 tube. I believe it's only seen in Europe other than here at KinoFlow. It's a 96 watt lamp, very, very bright, and that is in our new VistaBeam series, which you'll see. And those are also 29 and 5500. And then lastly is the Barfly quad tube, if you will, designed exclusively for us. And as you can see, it's actually four fingers, but only one base. It's actually one continuous tube. And these also come in 2900 and 5500 Kelvin. The reason we have a lot of these type lamps in 2900 versus the 32 is simply this. Because of feedback from the field, the 3200 Kelvin lamps were not warm enough. We found that to integrate with other systems that are in the field, perhaps ARRI or MOL and what have you, that they're a lot warmer and they burn into maybe the 26 to 2800 Kelvin range. And they were saying the 32Ks had to be gelled down too frequently. So we created the 2900 line to sort of answer the call of those so they can integrate on set better with existing instruments. The last two lamps are the Cameo ring lights, the 6-inch and 9-inch. The 6-inch really is our current production model. However, the 9-inch is a working prototype and is likely to be a future design for us to use in production. They also come in a 3200 Kelvin or a 5500 Kelvin. Now I'm going to show you the Image 80, probably one of the most commonly seen KinoFlows on set besides the 4-bank, used in film application for overhead lighting, green screen lighting, sometimes even on a stand in a pinch. Instead, if we don't have a flathead 80, they could use an image 80 on a stand. It's also very common in television studios. Most of the local networks use the image 80s to create a nice soft coverage. But what I'm going to show you is how it works and give you an overview of that and the newest version, the image 85. Here we've got an image 80. It's an 8-lamp, 4-foot fixture. It is an aluminum housing, so it only takes the 4-foot lamps, but it will use the 29K, 32K, or 5500 Kelvin lamps that our 4-banks normally take. It comes with a chrome louver. It's spring-loaded, so it's very easy to remove by just pulling down and then lifting the louver out. And as you can see, you have your 8 lamps, usually safety-coated. However, you can use unsafety-coated lamps in a TV application if you know you're not going to be changing the lamps very frequently. The other small accessory here is the gel frame, which again, very easy, has 2 plungers, and that lifts off the front as well. And I'll show you briefly how to change the lamp. You just simply twist the lamp until the pins are in the slot and pull the lamp out. And then simply relocate the pins back into the tombstone. Just twist the lamp until you see the KinoFlow logo, or there is also a little 3-point keyway, and that's to tell you that should be straightforward, and that gives you perfect orientation of the lamp to make sure you've got it inserted correctly. It's an 8-lamp fixture, as we've discussed, and this is your manual control, and it's numbered 1 through 8. So as you turn the dial from 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, the fixture will light from lamp 1, which is the center, and then it will stay uniform 2, and then 3, and 4, and it will continue up to 8 lamps from center out. And then as you dial back down, it will actually go from out to in, so that you've always got a cluster of lamps together. That's how it works as a fixture. When you use the fixture in DMX mode, you have a different way to operate the system. First of all, you have your address, which is where you'll just use your analog counter to give the unit a number that will correspond with the board you're operating with. In other words, this is on channel 1001, therefore slider 1 will operate this unit. Once you've set the address, then you have to determine whether to run the instrument on fixture mode or individual lamp mode. This is where DMX plays a big role on how to control the image series. In fixture mode, it will operate just like we did manually. On channel 1, as your slider goes up, it'll go from channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the whole fixture will light up. And as you dim down, it will then return from 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to that single lamp. But if you go to individual lamp mode, now I have converted this unit into an 8-channel fixture. Now each lamp is controlled individually by a slider. So lamp 1 is channel 1, lamp 2 is channel 2, and so on. So you need to allow 8 channels before you put your next image 80 in the system or in line in your DMX. So this would be 1 through 8 now. And then your next one would be 9 through 17, and so on. What we find easier is to just set your images at channel 1, channel 10, channel 20, channel 30, and allow yourself the room so if you do switch from fixture mode to individual lamp mode, after everything's rigged, you've already allowed the channels available, and you can just easily switch it on your board and move forward without having to go up and readdress the unit itself. From here, then you have your DMX in and out, which is just plug in and plug out. As we've talked before about DMX, you just daisy chain fixture to fixture. And next to that is your terminate switch. All of your units should ride at the open position unless it's the last unit in the line, and the very last unit is to be closed, which terminates the DMX line and gives the board some assimilation of how long that DMX run is and where it actually finishes. And then last we have our power switch. Very simply just on and off, and always make sure it's on. Otherwise, when you get down to operate your DMX board, your fixture won't come on for you. And then next to your power switch is the main fuse. Very simply can just unscrew, put the fuse back in, should you have a fuse failure, and it twists back on. Briefly, I'm going to show you the newest version, the Image 85. It only has a couple of extra features, but they're very key to the operation of this unit and gives you much more control. First of all, it has a manual remote input now, so I can use the same manual remote that I've used on the Diva and Parabeam, so I can run this from the ground from 15 feet away without having a DMX controller. Secondly, there is now a high output standard output switch, which is now being controlled either manually or via channel 9 on DMX. So you want to remember the Image 85 is a 9-channel fixture versus the Image 80, which is 8. That 9th address gives you the high and standard output change. Therefore, you now have 16 lamp levels that are all color correct. When you're on set and you have a mixture of the Image 80 and Image 85, it's always best to just try to use the rule of using channel 1, 10, 20, and so on. Therefore, you've already allowed up to 9 channels for each unit. You don't have to worry about if it's an 80 or an 85, as long as you have enough channels on your board to control that many. Now I'll show you the Parazip 400. This is new for 2006. It's a variation on the Parabeam. It's controlled exactly the same way. It has DMX addressing. You can switch from 2 to 4 lamps manually or through DMX. You have manual dimming and power. Everything on the back is the same. The key difference is how it mounts. This has a yoke mount versus the center mount on the Parabeam, and it has a more linear design. Instead of having 4 lamps in parallel, now I've got 2 lamps in a linear layout and then 2 on top of the other. It's really good for tight ceilings or shorter ceiling height when you like to get this kind of output, but you don't have enough room for the Parabeam. And plus, many gaffers and DPs, lighting designers, have said, we prefer the yoke mounting because that's something that's very similar to what you see on TV studio sets today. So we wanted to try and have an alternate mounting system for those people that require it. And lastly, the Parazip has the same accessories available like the Parabeam. You've got your gel frame, you have a louver you can put in. We have the 90, 60, and 45 degree black honeycomb louver. And of course, as usual, we have a sister unit, the Parazip 200. So we always have a 4-bank and 2-bank to create that family of systems. We've taken the theory of the Parabeam and gone to the next level and created the Vista Beam. This is new for 2007. It is equivalent to about a 6K soft light. You might say either a 6K with a softbox or bounce light. That's the kind of output you're getting out of this. Now these lamps are 96 watts each, and believe it or not, it pulls a total of about 10 amps. So you can actually plug this into a standard wall outlet. It's pretty remarkable. And be warned, it is a very, very bright fluorescent fixture. It will give you the same kind of distance and throw that the Parabeams do. As you can see, it has a very similar parabolic mirror design, but these are twin T7 tubes, so they're about twice the size of the standard Parabeam tube, so you're getting about double that output. It has a set of louvers as well, which is again 90, 60, and 45 degree to allow you some control, bring the light down to a focused area. It works like our select systems do, mainly because we want to avoid color shift. This is a 6-lamp fixture, and when you're running it manually, it starts with light 1 in the center, and then starts uniformly 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then as you reverse that order, it will do the same, keeping all the lamps together in a uniform fashion, and allowing you to have 6 lamp levels without a color shift. But there's an additional control on this fixture, as we have on the new Image 85, which is a high output, standard output. So now you have 12 color correct lamp levels. And as the Image 85 series, you can also individually address each lamp. So I can run this as a fixture, like so, or I can control each lamp individually and create a pattern. And one of the great benefits is you can run daylight or tungsten. So you could have perhaps a mix of the 2 light sources, or have daylight and tungsten standing by, so you can switch from daylight for a scene and then go to the other tubes and switch to tungsten without ever having to address the fixture and change the lamps out. Let me show you the varying ways you can mount the Vista Beam, which makes it really film friendly when you're on set trying to find a way to rig a fixture of this size. It's roughly 3 by 3 and it weighs about 45 pounds. It's not real heavy, pretty easy to handle, but when you're trying to rig it overhead, there's some challenges that can be addressed this way. First of all, there's a center mount. It's very strong. It has a pivot to it, so you can loosen this arm and actually go up or down with a pivot this way and have one axis. The other thing is there is a locking arm here that you can open up, and this gives you the ability to pivot the fixture either horizontal or vertical very smoothly, and then lock that into any position that you wish. The other way you could adjust it would either be on the stand itself. You could actually adjust the tube mount itself, or just spin it around on the stand. So you have lots of ways to orient the fixture from a center mount standpoint. The other ways to mount it are, there's a yoke mount you can request, and it can be yoke mounted either direction. So you can set it to whatever axis you want, and it'll stay in that fixed position. We also have carry handles, one on either side, to make it easy for one person to put it on a stand or rig. The other way to rig this fixture is using the corners. They have multiple purposes. One is the fixture can actually be stacked one on top of the other so that you can roll them around set and rig each one as you move around on a flat cart. But each one has an opening or a ring which allows you to do a four-way tie-off, and with a center tie be able to hoist the fixture from a rope tie, which is very commonly seen with chicken coops, and you can then adjust your level just by adjusting your ropes overhead. The back panel of the VistaBeam, very familiar sight. Manual control from 0 all the way through 6. In this case, you can select all the way down to complete 0 light. Or you can plug in the hardwire manual dimmer control, so you can control from the ground. And lastly, you have your DMX in and out, which allows you to control all of this from your DMX board. It has your typical standard and high output. It also has individual lamp and fixture mode, which once again, to remind you, allows you to address it as one complete fixture or address each lamp individually. And channel 7 in this case will be your high standard output switch. And as well for the VistaBeam, we have the same like product that will allow you to control the unit, which is either a gel frame to add some diffusion, or you have the 90, 60, and 45 degree black honeycomb louvers available for it. Additional to the VistaBeam 600, we also have the other matched unit for this family is the VistaBeam 300. It can also be center mounted or yoke mounted and has the same accessories and DMX controls as the VistaBeam 600. This is the Colora system. It's the only LED system that we've produced. It will control any RGB or red, green, blue DMX LED source. This particular one, though, will run up to 4 fixtures. And then you can, of course, daisy chain DMX from this to subsequent units, as many as you want. Each lamp has an individual channel, so you can run them individually, or you can run them as unique together and have them all on the same channel, and they'll all respond equally. We have a single channel controller that we designed strictly for those that don't have a sophisticated DMX board. They can either dial into a specific color, and it's not as detailed of increments as you would on a DMX board, but it gives you some variation. You can go from red to green to blue, or if you push the button, there's different scroll patterns or modalities, and there's even a flash mode. The Coloris here is a 24 volt, 150 watt system. It basically just runs off standard AC. You just plug it in and you've got your power, and then you'll install each lamp separately and then have your addresses put in and you're off and running. One thing that's very important about the Coloris is that it is red, green, and blue, very spiked colors, and it's not intended to be used as a white light. There are white LEDs out there, but this is not one you would want to use for that. Once you put all those color factors together, you're going to get a very, very magenta, very pasty type of look. And it's very important. It's designed not to be used as a white light, but as a color background for music video, bar scene, any type of, maybe you can use it for flashing of police lights, things like that. But strictly color background, definitely not to be used as a white light. This is the Cameo, K-A-M-I-O, just to make sure you get the spelling right. Probably one of our most unique products because it's an onboard light for the most part. It's designed to actually go onto your lens. This is a 112 millimeter opening, a Panavision Primo. From there you step down to various sizes. What you need to find out is the outside diameter of your lens, not the focal length, but the actual physical size, and match that to your step down ring. Slip that into the back of the Cameo, it goes right onto your lens. It's a clip-on matte box system, and it works very similar to any other clip-on matte box. Now what you're seeing here is the Cameo 6E, and the E means ENG. It's strictly the light system itself. The other version of the Cameo is just simply the Cameo 6, and I'll show you how to put a lamp in it. But in the meantime, you'll notice it has actually 2 4x5 filter trays. And this is more for the production side. Still a clip-on system, works with the same step-down rings, designed really identically, but having those 2 filter trays will actually help the DP keep the continuity if he wants to put an ND filter or perhaps a Pro Mist, something like that they've been using throughout the production already. Then you take your 6-inch ring lamp, there's 3 clips, and you just line up the hole with the plug. You snap it in, and you're ready to go. Just plug in the lamp from behind, put your step-down ring on, put it on your lens, and you're all set. Now there's other features of the Cameo I'd like to show you as well. There are barn doors available, and again, these are accessories that work for both the Cameo 6 and the 6E. So you have a long top barn door that locks on, and then you have 2 side barn doors as well that you can add, which will create like a mat box extension. That way you can avoid any light coming in from around the back of the Cameo. Also, if you notice, it's a very deep baffle inside, and the idea is so that you don't have any light leak that will curve back into your lens and create any kind of lens flare. So that's also part of the design. Now the ballast is a 12-volt system. So the ballast is designed to go on your camera, to actually mount right on top of your camera. And it is a dimmable system, so you've got that ability to control your output a little bit. And even though fluorescents dim a little bit, in this case being a face light, that magenta can actually help really warm the face instead of using maybe a cosmetic rose or type filter to bring out the flush of a face. This can actually be a nice little conduit of adding some magenta to the face. On-off switch directly on the unit. We have power on one end, which is a unique plug. You can only plug it into that one place. And then you've got the lamp on the other side, clearly indicated, so it's easy to get everything wired up. Now this is running into a power supply, which is AC, and the 12-volt system is a standard 4-pin XLR, so I can either go to a battery block or a battery belt, or plug that into my AC power supply, and I can use this power supply anywhere in the world. It will automatically detect from 100 to 250 volts, so I can use it anywhere in the world. And the complete kit actually comes with a 230-volt cable to give you some ease of connection when you're going in different countries. The lamps are 3200 or daylight 5500. We also have gel frames and gel template that comes with our kits. This template is designed to cut out your gel. Once you have that done, you can attach it to one of these plastic clears, and the idea is just to give some rigidity to your gel. Then you can slip it over the front of the unit, and you've got yourself a nice gel lamp in front if you need to either correct or perhaps put an unusual color on the lamp. The other accessory I'll show you is the flex arm mount. And this is designed for those that don't necessarily have the right ring size with them, or they just might want to use it for maybe tabletop, or perhaps mount it on a wall, on a C-stand. I mean, you can really put this just about anywhere. It matches the 112 millimeter of the unit itself. It slips right into the back of the Cameo. And then this flex arm mount can be then manipulated into a position and locked into place. So it will literally stay right where you put it. You can roll your camera into it, or you can perhaps bring it down to shoot some miniature or any type of close-up work, which is very nice. Then you've got that dimmability. So it's a great feature for working close proximity. One thing to remember about the Cameo, though, it's a soft fill light. It's designed for about 4 feet from your talent. That should give you just enough to give you a nice full fill, and instead of having an OB light where you've got to bounce or use additional lighting to try and create a nice look all the way around the face, the Cameo is designed to work right around the lens, so you're right in that same axis as the lens is shooting, and you get a perfect soft light all the way around. This is one of the KinoFlow bonus accessories. One of the great things about the Cameo is that being DC, you want to be able to walk around untethered. This is an Anton Bauer power tap cable, so you can plug this into the ballast, plug it onto your power tap battery, and then you could actually walk around untethered with the Cameo on your lens and your ballast mounted on top of the camera and give you the flexibility of movement. This is the mini flow system. It is also known by many as the car kit because you can run it off your 12-volt cigarette lighter in your car, and also because of its small size and ease of use in an environment like that. It's used in many other types of applications. It's been used to backlight cockpit lights in aircraft scenarios or those types of very integrated, small light source. But mainly it is a 12-volt, 9-inch or 12-inch lamp. It's a T5 lamp, so it's kind of small. We have a single ballast like this, which has the dimmer built on, or we have the newer double ballast. The big difference is with the single ballast, you have to use this power supply. You run from the ballast to the power supply and then to your AC. If you're going 12 volt, you just go straight to your 12 volt battery source. The double mini flow actually has the power supplies built in. So all you have to do is directly put your lamps in. You've got individual lamp control, you've got individual dimming control, and then it's got direct AC or DC input. You don't have to couple the power supply to it. So that makes it a little bit simpler from a rigging standpoint, but many people still use the single ballast because they like to be able to use them in 2 different locations. But there are extensions and so forth which allow you to really spread these pretty far apart anyway. This is the 9-inch mini flow. As you can see, it's got a typical reflector and louver, but it's all Velcroed together. So I can pull the lamp out like so. I can take the reflector off and then put the lamp back in and use it just as a nice big soft source in a car. I can put it under a visor, on the side of the door, under the steering wheel, anywhere I want to illuminate the inside of the car or, illuminate your talent's face. What the reflector does, of course, is to just give you a direction. By putting this back in, it'll actually give you a ability to sort of control the light a little bit more and selectively put it on whatever you're trying to light. Like everything else, a reflector and louver system is pretty standard with most of the KinoFlow products. Also, there's some very small side mounts here, and that is designed to take some flex tubing. And if you really want to get creative, you can mount this flex tubing into the end of the fixture and put it on a small plate that is provided for you, which has the same type of mount on it. Once that's on the mount, you can actually put the fixture literally out in midair somewhere. So you can use it not just in a car, but if you want to have it set up like this where your talent will come into a cue point and right into that light. This gives you the ability to pretty much put a small light just virtually anywhere. Okay, now the 12-inch fixture is really the same design, as you can see. And in this particular system, we have the 2900 Kelvin for tungsten, and we have the 5500 for daylight. To power these units, you have several options. It comes with alligator clips, which allow you to clip right onto your battery terminals for 12 volt. As I mentioned, there's a cigarette lighter adapter. You can plug it into your cigarette lighter and split it off into, get both units off the cigarette lighter, which is pretty amazing. You have extensions for your lamps so that you can run maybe 12 to 15 feet away from the ballast, give you some flexibility there. And then, of course, you have your AC power supply for backup should you run out of any DC power that you're on location with. We went from the mini to the micro. This is the really very small KinoFlow, the smallest thing we make. These are different lengths. They're 100 millimeter, which is our small size, to the 150 millimeter length. And you need to indicate that when you rent a kit or you purchase a kit. We have 3200 Kelvin for tungsten, 5500 for daylight, and then we have also chroma key blue and green. So those can also be used in some unusual filming applications. You can see the balance is very, very small. It's 12 volt, strictly on-off. So you can turn them on and off at will. They can run to a 12 volt battery belt or block, but most frequently you'll find them in motorcycle helmets, car helmets, space helmets, things like that. They're also used a lot in commercials, perhaps behind a beer bottle, if you will. In fact, one of the most famous stories about the microflow was when they were shooting True Lies, and there was a shot that the director apparently needed to add a little light onto Arnold, so they had to tape the microflow to Jamie Lee Curtis's face. And she was noted later to be saying it's the first time she'd ever been used as a grip stand. But she felt like anything you can tape to herself and not get burned, that's a light source, she's totally 100% behind. The microflows come in a kit of 4. You always have to indicate which lamp you want, daylight, tungsten, green, or blue. But these work much like the mini flow in that they're 12 volt and they couple to a power supply, or they can go to your cigarette lighter or your car battery, same type of DC applications as the mini flow. In the early days, we were using 4'4" banks and 2'4" banks in kits to be able to create some sort of ENG system that someone could take on the road with them. As the cameras got smaller and smaller, we had to find an easier way to package our lighting for the road. Therefore, we came out with the Diva Light. Now, these have T5 lamps, and they are a twin tube, or what we call the compact lamp. So it is one continuous tube, and we have either the Diva 400 or the Diva 200. and they are 4-lamp and 2-lamp systems respectively. This is about as bright as a 4'4" bank, but it's half the size. One of the most unique things is the fact that it dims. So you have the ability to raise and lower it in a linear dimming fashion. You can also switch it from 2 lamps to 4 lamps, which is another way to use it. So this way you can knock it down and stop. And all it does is create just a beautiful soft light source for you. And as our other fixtures, it has a gel frame and a louver. This has the chrome louver, which is designed to allow a little bit more light transmission. You have the same type of barn door setup as our 4 banks do to give you some control as well. But here's the deal, with dimming fluorescence, we have color shift. Therefore, if I dim down my Diva to 50% and leave it there, as it cools, the magenta will start coming on the rise and the green will drop away. So as a solution, we have what we call the Flozier. We would take the louver off the fixture, and this is a one-stop grid cloth. That will then wrap around the outside of the Diva light and allow you to bring it down one stop, and you can pull your dimming level completely up and have a very nice soft key without affecting the color shift. This is commonly used on a show like Desperate Housewives, where they bring them in close to the talent. They want to get a very nice soft key, but they don't want to have a color shift. The Diva's used a lot on a set like that, but primarily it's used for ENG, interviews, talking head. We see them in church studios, we see them in green screen studios, not only for the talent, but for the green screen itself. It's really a universal source. So you've got switching, dimming, you've got the Flozier, you can gel it. So this is a fixture that really can pretty much do it all. Once you have the Flozier in place, it's very simple. It has just the drawstring, and it has just pull attachments. You can pull it tight, widen the barn doors up, but always remember not to use the louver, because you want to maximize the spread on the Flozier and fill the entire thing up with a nice big soft light. This is where you'll switch the Diva from 2 lamp to 4 lamp, one of the newest features on the current Diva 400. And on the reverse side is where your dimming is taking place. You've got a manual dimmer, so you can either dim up or down, of course. There's also a remote dim input where you can put a 15-foot remote dimmer that hardwires, which will allow you to put the Diva light up very high on set and still be able to dim it from the ground level. One of the great benefits of the Diva light system is you can take a lot with you. This is probably the most important, is your spare lamp kit. The fixture will travel with, say, 4 tungsten lamps in it, but in your spare box you'll have a spare lamp of your tungsten and then a set of daylights and a spare as well. So you're ready for whatever lighting scenario that you come into. You may or may not know if there's a window you'll be shooting around and so forth, so you can instantly switch to daylight right there at location and continue on with your shoot. Additionally, we recently added the honeycomb louver design to the Diva, so we now have 90, 60, and 45 degree black honeycomb louvers for the Diva as well. The chrome louver gives you some control, but if you really need to get control down to a science, these black louvers are really the great tool. The Diva lights come in kits, so you have a single Diva 400 kit, or most recently we've come out with the Diva double 400 kit, so you can have 2 of these units with your stands and everything in a flight case. We also have the Diva 200, which also comes in a single or double kit. What's great about the 200 is, even though it's only 2 lamps, it's really ideal for talking head if that's really primarily what you do. If you're just coming in to do some, very tight ENG work, the 200 is plenty bright, believe me, and great for talking head and those types of interview situations where all you need is something tight on your talent. When you're moving these lamps around, it might sound like there's a piece of glass inside. What that actually is a small amalgam of mercury that's within the tube, which allows it to strike with only 1 power base. It's very important when you orient these lamps that if you are going to a vertical position, that you run them with the tips down. And the reason for that is the hottest part of the lamp is the base, and you want that upright so that heat rises and will dissipate away from the fixture and keep the lamps running as cool and color stable as possible. The 4'4" bank and the Diva are systems that are designed for virtually close-up or relatively close operation. The Parabeam was subsequently designed for a little bit different application. It's actually really designed for television studios in mind. One of the things that fluorescent normally wouldn't do would be to throw the light very far. After 6 to 8 feet, it just drops off like any other fluorescent. What we did with the Parabeam was design parabolic mirrors behind each lamp. Now these have the same 4 lamps as a Diva light. The Diva light pulls 2.5 amps. This parabeam also pulls 2.5 amps. But to give you some impact of the difference, you get roughly 75 foot candles and 6 feet from a Diva Light 4-bank. This fixture has the same 4 lamps and ballast, and you get nearly 200 foot candles at 6 feet. And therefore, the light will transmit much, much further, and it's designed for operation maybe 14 to 16 feet away is where its focus point is. Now, it's dimmable just like a Diva Light. It works exactly the same. You have 2 lamp, 4 lamp operation. I've got a diffusion panel, which I can slide in, and a gel frame, which will give me some softness edge to it. What happens without the diffusion, you get a little bit of a striation from each channel of light. So what the diffusion will do is smooth that out, and it will not affect your output at all. One of the most important things to remember are the retractable holders that will keep your diffusion in place, because this fixture, again, omni-mounted, can be moved into a vertical position. You don't want your diffusion or your gel frame or louvers falling out. This is where the louver actually started, was with the parabeam, and has found its way into pretty much our entire product line. This is a 60-degree louver, which will once again control that lateral light source that a parabeam has and bring it down under control. The parabeam is designed to light up a news desk, so because of these wide channels that it has, its footprint is very similar. It's very wide and lateral, and it has a short vertical coverage. So the idea is to move it further and further back to about 14 to 16 feet so that you can cover, say, a news desk or a panel. Then if you've got perhaps a translight or maybe a plasma screen behind the talent, this is where your louvers come in. You can slide those into the fixture, and then that will bring your vertical and horizontal coverage down a little bit and allow you to keep the reflection off the back of the set. And then just like the Diva Light, it has 2 lamp or 4 lamp operation, and it can be dimmable in either position. You can run it manually, you can run it with our 15-foot extension dimmer, which is a hardwire, just like the Diva, or you can run it through DMX, either single or 2-channel. Unlike the Diva Light, which has clips, these have guides for your lamps on the one end where the tips go in. On the back side, under this reflector, it actually just pulls open with a couple of thumb holes, and then your lamps just snap in just like the Diva Light. Once you have your daylight or tungsten lamps in, you just simply push the reflector back in place. One of the most unique features of the parabeam is where the ballasts are located. What great benefit this is that when you're in a studio and they're up real high, you don't have to bring the fixture down to change the ballast. You just simply pull these 3 plastic tabs out, and the cover will come off without any tools, and the ballast is on a PC board, which actually just then plugs back in by putting it onto the rail, slide it back in, make sure it snaps into place, replace your cover, and quickly you are ready to go. All of our parabeam accessories, the diffusion, gel frame, and louvers, have a tab on the side. That's to give you quick orientation. The fixture is not perfectly square, it's slightly taller than it is wide. Therefore, it makes it easier when you're putting your accessories on that the tab will go laterally to your left and right, make it easy to remember which way it installs. With fluorescent lamps, you cannot use a standard phase dimming or power dimming system. You have to use a separate control to affect the lamp because it has to have power maintained, otherwise it'll just shut off like a switch. That's why DMX is the perfect solution for dimming or controlling or turning on and off a fluorescent light. For instance, a DMX 4-bank, which is a select lamp system, when you turn a fader on and off, either as a fixture or a lamp, it will virtually just turn it on or off. If you're using a parabeam or some other dimming type of fixture, it will actually activate it as a dimmer. It will fade up or fade down. Basically, it acts like it's a remote control system. It works just like the unit will work manually, but from a remote place. And you've got each channel corresponding to each fixture. So whatever channel you set that fixture on, you'll use that corresponding fader control from that board. Yeah, this is a very simple DMX control. It only has 12 channels, but each one is numbered. So if I had 5 fixtures, for instance, 5 parabeams that are dimmable fixtures, I could fade each one up as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. However, if I was using a select 4-bank system, which has individual lamping that goes on and off, I would be able to turn on or off lamp 1, lamp 2, lamp 3, or lamp 4, and my 5th channel would be for the high-low switch. It's very important to remember with our 4-bank DMX ballasts and our image series, the newer versions, the 45 and 85, they have an extra channel for a high-low switch. So you always have one channel beyond the total amount of lamps that will give you that high-low activation. Here's what's so great about DMX. It's called DMX 512 for a reason. You can run up to 512 fixtures, daisy chained, one to the next, and run them off simultaneously off of one fader. So I could literally fade up or fade on 512 fixtures off of one fader, and everything would move together in sync. Otherwise, I can then switch it to individual channels by just using this same similar type of counter and address channel 1, channel 2, channel 3 for each fixture, and those would then correspond to each fader, channel 1, channel 2, channel 3. Then I could run each fixture separately instead of in unison. To DMX the parabeam, you either can run the middle two lamps or the outer two lamps by using individual faders, or you can switch the unit to 4 lamps and then use one single fader to fade it as a complete unit. So here's how you would hook up your DMX for the parabeam. You go in with your DMX cable here, and you can go out from the DMX output and then daisy chain all your units one after the other from there. You would set your channel here with your characters, either channel 1, 2, 3, or 4, and that would correspond with your fader on your board. And the way this works is, since you have dimming capability manual, either you can be in 2-lamp mode and control the middle 2 lamps or the outer 2 lamps fading up and down by those channels, or switch to 1 channel which will fade the entire fixture up as one and back down. I'm going to finish up with one of our newest products. In fact, it's so new it's not even out yet. This is the Barfly. This will be new in 2007. It is a very unique lamp in itself because it's actually a quad tube. This is a single tube with 4 T5 lamps, if you will, with a single base. So it is one continuous tube. We use our typical louver design, which will have a 90, a 60, and a 45 degree, which will give you more coverage respectively by those sizes. There's a gel frame for each one, but mainly it's a very, very bright, small fixture. By that I can show you, by taking it off, you can see how narrow this fixture is. It's only about 2.5 inches, so it's designed to be laid parallel somewhere, be very, very inconspicuous, but have a very, very punchy, bright source. Right now it's designed to interface with our current twist lock mount that you're used to with our 4 banks and so forth. But we are looking at different options of mounting. One that's already in use is a side mount, which is a hollow tube where you can put a gobo arm from a C-stand, lock it on its side, and hold it out over the top of your set or talent, whichever you're trying to light overhead. So it makes it really nice to put in a precarious situation that you need a small fixture with a lot of punch. You can get it in there. We have a single, double, and 4 bank, and I believe the single and double will be the first out. We are looking at different types of applications, dimming, 12 volt. Not sure how the final configuration will be, but that'll be something for you to watch for in 2007.